Section 14 is penalty for delay of payment of contribution. 2 reads, the managing director may remit the whole or part of any penalty under this section, subject to such conditions as he or she may determine. Honorable Chair and members, that is the enabling provision under which the MD exercises that discretion. And it's for penalty, not the principal contribution and interest. Those cannot be waived. Chair, the second question, I'll respond based on, like you said, my involvement in the proceedings, although it's really the mandate to determine board membership and otherwise lies with the minister under the Act. Chair and members, you're absolutely right that at the time this decision was made, there was a board that was properly constituted pursuant to the provisions of the NSSF Act prior to amendment. There was a board properly constituted. Then when the amendment happened, 2nd January 2022, we got a new supervising minister. The first session, to the best of my knowledge, that the Honorable Minister had with the board was to flag an issue that, from what I have read and heard, was raised actually from Parliament. An issue to do with the constitution of the board with respect to the gender imbalance. And the brief that she gave to the board, and I hasten to add, Chair, that she's best placed to supplement to verify this. So I'm stating what I saw and heard. Yeah.
We chose to ask the Corporation Secretary because we want the law.
Okay.
And not political answers. We want exactly I would have asked the MD here, the former MD. We chose to ask you specifically.
So, Chair, the law, my position, which I've already stated, was there was a properly constituted board. However, there was a concern raised by the new supervising minister about the composition of the board, specifically with respect to the gender imbalance. At the time, there were 10 board members, including only 1 lady. So there were 9 gentlemen and 1 lady. And so it was an issue.
Chair, you have been so precise. I know when you talk of a member in Parliament, the member did not stand to repeal the law. The member gave a proposition or a position by saying, in case in the future you want to constitute a board, please be mindful about gender balance. You as a lawyer, does that contribution of a member in Parliament automatically repeals the law?
No, definitely not.
So definitely you don't need to use cosmetic language. Tell us exactly what we want to hear. Was this lawful, yes or not?
No, in my opinion, no. Yeah.
Okay, Finance Director. How much did you pay these 2 board members?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please allow me a few minutes to find out from my team. I don't have the aspects numbers of head.
Who is here who can respond in the finance department? Can we see your department by show of hands? We can select someone else. Because you are the heads of these departments. If you don't have these, this is something that happened just recently. Can we have someone from finance by show of hands? Should you get us the attendance book, we shall select. You are hiding? You either know or you don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I really give us some time to find out the numbers, because we make so many payments and we can't remember all payments of head. I would hesitate to give the committee a wrong figure. If you give us time, we should be able to give you a correct figure.
Maybe we ask the questions and we pick the leading questions when they start responding, honorable members, because they all need time.
Chair, if we proceed like that, they will intentionally dodge the questions in the pretext of trying to look for information. Let them answer the questions as they come, and we conclude whatever comes.
Okay. So finance, we want to know how much you paid 2 board members. We have your bank statement anyway. Kindly get me the password. Which account is specifically is used to pay these people? We can help you.
Citibank.
Council, password.
Citibank, Mr. Chair.
Okay. As you look, I'll also look. Should we proceed to another question? For now. Okay. Okay, now this is to finance and risk. Actually, risk. Yes.
Sorry, before you proceed to the other question, there's another part of the question they have not answered. Regardless of how much they paid these 2 board members, under what legal framework did you pay after people have resigned from the board? Our understanding is that these board members are paid for the period they are serving on the board. But if they have resigned and then you compute what they should have earned for the entire period of the term of the board, under what legal framework did you do this, regardless of how much?
And is it true, he asked, did you pay them for even a second term they had not started serving?
Chair, I could bench a response. They were not paid for the second term, for sure. That I can confirm. Then with respect to under what legal framework, the basis upon which they were paid was premised on best practice. Best practice because, like you've already observed, these were members serving on a board which was properly constituted. So for them to consider, for the board members to consider relinquishing a responsibility that was deemed to them to have been properly obtained, the board took into consideration the need to benchmark. It was best practice, really, Honorable Chair and members. But the board could probably pronounce itself further on this when they appear tomorrow.
So you are saying if all the board members now resigned, you will pay up to the end of the term, then you again pay the ones that you will come?
Actually, if you resigned today, would the fund pay you for the period you have not yet served?
Yes, Chair, actually, they would. So the situation would be determined based on the prevailing circumstances. So it depends on the reason as to why the resignation has happened. If it appears to be, you asked me, for example, if I am not, for example, willing to leave and I am compelled to leave, I would expect a compensation. But if I'm leaving of my own volition...
Chair, I think the question was very simple. Corporation Secretary were a permanent worker. A body is not a permanent worker. You're on contract, assuming, and somebody compels you to resign. You are using the word compel. We are assuming nobody is compelling a body member who is not permanent. What does the law say? That if I wake up and I say I've got a business somewhere, but I shouldn't leave this money, and I say I've resigned, do you pay me? The answer is simple, yes or no?
Chair, it's no. So, Chair, it's no. The circumstances determine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, how you came, I'm reading your minutes. These are minutes of held on 21st January 2022. You computed their money, their exit package based on the following: the board emoluments and the average investee company's tabulation. Should I assume even when someone is leaving, you look at the assets? What do you mean by investee company's tabulation?
Chair, if you can give me a minute to look at the page you're looking at.
Look for your minutes.
I have them here, Chair. I'm just looking through.
The heading is consideration of proposed exit package.
Okay, Chair. Chair, so there was a proposal.
Who brought the proposal? The board members brought a proposal to benefit from the same.
So the proposal under consideration for the exit package under 6.1, the managing director presented the proposed exit package, which included the board emoluments, so that is retainer that would have been earned for the period they would have been on the board. The average investee company's tabulation speaks to, so some of our board members sit on boards of companies that the fund has invested in. So as board members in those companies, some of them pay similar emoluments, allowances, retainers. So the proposal was to take into account what such a board member sitting on another company would have earned. That's what this means, Chair. You want supplements?
You have found the money?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Each one was paid 312 million shillings.
312. Total is 700.
That is around 624 million shillings.
624
And we'll
million.
be happy to provide the detail after the meeting, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Okay. So when you go to page 51, anyway, I'm sure you have the management reports. Now let's go to head risk first. NSSF increased investment in Trade Development Bank, and this was in 2022. Is this true?
Yes.
I am aware that this Trade Development Bank was not listed on the stock exchange. Under normal circumstances, you would wait for something to be put on the stock exchange unless you are the one soliciting. How did you know if it was not on the stock exchange?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we make an investment in any company, our investment team carries out research on different companies and determine which one can give us a better value, and then make a proposal to a management committee on whether we should invest in that company or not. And then based on that proposal, we do a risk assessment, and together with the investment proposal, that risk assessment is discussed at management investment committee, and once that committee is convinced that it is okay to invest in this company, we go ahead and invest. For that particular investment, it is not true, it is not listed on the stock exchange, but our investment policy has a provision for private equity, depending on whether that company is likely to give us a value, we can make a decision to invest in that company.
Now, the question was simple. Corporate investment practices require for a company floating equity shares to be listed on the stock exchange.
Correct.
Now, this bank, I don't even know where this bank is. This bank had not listed its shares on the stock exchange at that time.
Correct.
So how did you know it was actually selling shares?
Can I ask my colleagues, head of investment?
I want to hear from risk, because this is a risk to the saver's money.
Okay, like I said, the process begins by scanning the market.
We know the process.
Yes.
I'm asking, how did you know this company was actually selling shares if you didn't put them on the stock exchange?
We do engage different entities. Even those that are not on the stock exchange, we engage different entities, and if they express interest in selling shares, we participate in
So you
selling
solicit.
shares.
if I use another language.
Really, I'm not comfortable with the soliciting. But
Doesn't the procedure require
Okay.
a company to be listed on the stock exchange, yes or not?
I did mention that when we're making investment, we follow our investment policy. And there is a provision that allows private equity where a company is not listed on the stock exchange.
There's a reason I asked risk and not investment. And you are not yet understanding why I'm asking you. Supplementary.
The chair or the committee is not saying it is not proper to deal with a company that is not listed on the stock exchange. Now, that is why we are asking the one in charge of risk, not the one of investment. The one of investment would find sense in that, because for him it's about investment. But for you, who is in charge of risk management, that's why they are asking you. As the one in charge of risk, do you see that you are risking savers' money in this way, leave alone the decision to invest? Because areas of investment are many in this country.
Honorable Baka, supplemental.
Mr. Chair, when he was answering, I really got excited. He quotes the law and he quotes what they have as policy within the house. Which one is superior? What you have within the house, you are the ones who set it to favor what you want to do. What the law is saying, I think should be the one leading. Why is it that when the chair is asking, say, but for us, in our house, we have this policy. Which one are you supposed to follow?
Yes, Mr. Risk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll begin with the last one. Of course, the law takes precedence, but I didn't mention the internal policy because it also guides us. But it's true, the law takes precedence. But the question the other honorable member asked me, how would I know that a particular entity or a company which is not listed on the stock exchange is actually selling shares? Do I solicit? Well, when you are doing investment or when you're doing business, you interact with different people. And during that conversation, you could come across an information that there is an investment opportunity somewhere.
Through brokers.
You see, because we asked earlier about the 40 billion for the grain council, and the former MD clearly stated that there's no one would invest in the grain council because it was not even listed on the stock exchange. Now I'm wondering, if I have a company, how would you know I am selling shares if I don't list it on the stock exchange? It means you are soliciting, you are now looking for them yourselves. But as a risk, ahead of risk, is this right? To invest in a company that, how would you know even anyway that they are selling shares?
Mr. Chairman, the question has two parts, and I will begin with the last one. How would you know that they are actually selling shares? And I was submitting and saying that as an investment person, you are a business person. You engage you're having conversation with different people. You can come across information that this particular person would be interested in making, generating interest in investing in their business. So during that conversation, because we do move around and meet different people. So in that conversation, you get to know that this particular entity or this person would be interested to do business with us. So you evaluate that opportunity. If it makes sense for you, you go ahead and do that. So the other leg of the question was asking me whether is that right. There is no provision in the law like he said.
Okay, did you approve? Let's not waste your time.
Yes, we did approve.
You yourself had risk.
Yes, I did approve.
Okay, that's
Together with my colleague at Investment Management Committee.
okay.
Yeah.
Investment, do you want to say something listed?
Thank you, Mr. The UBRA guideline, the UBRA law allows UBRA to gazette investment guidelines for retirement schemes. That was done in 2014. According to those investment guidelines, the UBRA law requires retirement schemes to prepare investment policy statements which have a strategic asset allocation. Now, we have done our strategic asset allocation as the fund, where we have the optimum of fixed income at 75%, the optimum of equities at
No, how did you know?
Sorry?
We don't have time for. We know you are
Okay.
professionals at your
Okay.
jobs and
Okay.
the rest.
Okay.
How did you know this company was selling shares?
Okay, so TDB Bank, or formerly PTA Bank, is a bank that is owned by COMESA member states. Uganda, the government of Uganda as a sovereign is a member of COMESA and a shareholder in the bank. The government of Uganda shareholding is Class A shareholder. It's a Class A shareholder. So in 2016 or 2015 or thereabout, I can get the details, the member states were required to increase their capital in the bank, and the government of Uganda at the time did not have the financing to take up their shares. What the TDB or PTA Bank did at the time, they changed they amended their charter to allow pension funds of member states to participate on behalf of the sovereign. But to your question of whether it is a risky investment as being unlisted, what was done was that at the time, if a pension fund was investing on behalf of the sovereign, the book value per share. So essentially, what the investment that was being made was done at a book, what was being done at a book value per share, as in a price to book of 1. Essentially, you take the book value per shares according to the audited financial statements. And if my memory, sorry.
The investment manager was about to answer the question you asked, but he again dodged. How did you know? Because they are not listed on the stock exchange.
Okay.
How did you know they were selling shares?
Okay. The bank has been on a capital raising program. When they amended the charter of the bank to allow for pension funds to invest on behalf of the sovereign, they indeed approached us. They wrote to us. We evaluated the investment, presented it to Management Investment Committee. This being an unlisted investment required a no objection from the Minister of Finance. So it is something that went all the way to the Minister of Finance, and it was also cleared by the Solicitor General. Yes, they did.
So they approached you.
Yes, they did.
Okay. The second question regarding Uganda Clays. Honorable members, you have the management reports on page 54. A loan to Uganda Clays Limited was granted on 29th December 2010. It was unsecured and was repayable within 96 months in equal monthly installments commencing after a grace period of 2 years, effective 27th December. Now, the question I have, actually, page 54 and page 75. The fund disbursed the loan worth 20 billion to Uganda Clays at 15%. Up to date, no amount has ever been recovered, unless you tell us otherwise. First of all, during this period, when you gave Uganda Clays this loan, it was making losses. I've looked at its financial statements, 2010, 29. It was making losses. Now, can you provide reasons to why you have never recovered this money? Now, to the former MD, Mr. Byarugaba, This may be a conflict of interest depending on how you respond. You are the same chairman audit committee of Uganda Clays, and you are appointed on 29th October 2010. This is the same year the unsecured loan was given to Uganda Clays. It has also come to our attention that this loan has been written off. Now you're writing off money that belongs to the SAVE. It's not money from the consolidated fund. So can you explain to us, maybe the board did it, you give us a resolution of the board and we take it from there. How? Because it is here in the Auditor General's reports, management reports. These ones never surface. I don't know why. Page 54 and page 75. So kindly explain to us. No, we're not asking you investment. You want to respond?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you so much, members. Uganda Clays is a sad and an unsad story. Let me start off with the sad. The company borrowed money in order to expand. Their product was required in the market, and they felt that they needed to expand their production. So at the time, management of Uganda Clays sought to set up a new factory in Mbale. Good idea, but badly executed. So the money they borrowed from us was not sufficient to put the factory that they had wanted to set up in the right place. In fact, the products that were coming out of the factory after it was commissioned couldn't sell. The losses were quite high. So that's the reason why the company failed to repay the loan. As is prudent, if you have a non-performing loan, as that was, the fund was under obligation to provide for it and to take reasonable steps to try and recover it. However, as you correctly observed, the company were making losses and therefore were not in a position to pay. So let's fast forward, I think 2 years or 3 years ago, having seen that this company, which we have quite a big share of, was really going down and our money was never perhaps going to be recovered, we literally took over the management and seconded our staff, I think 2 or 3 staff, into the company. We provided them with ways and means of trying to improve the company. And as I speak today, the company has turned around, the company has become profitable, and the company has reinstituted the loan on its books, and the company now is in a position to begin paying the loan. Of course, they would have to pay it at an interest rate which has been agreed, and the fund members assurance to them that their money will be recovered. But as I said, this is a sad story because of the decisions that were made by management of the company at the time. But it's also a good story because I believe that the reason why the company has turned around is largely because of the effort of NSSF as a shareholder, putting in the right expertise and the right board to be able to do so, including me being on that board.
Chair, can I seek some clarification? I was not in for this question. I'm a bit perturbed. Does the Savers Fund and the commercial bank operate the same? This is a loan, not an investment. You mean the fund has reached a level of now behaving like Standard Chartered and any other commercial bank?
That's a very good question because, in fact, you will notice that the law of UBRA, when it came in place in 2011, asked pension funds not to lend. So that activity was stopped in 2011. As the chairman said, this loan was disbursed in 2010.
Now, just before you come in, my understanding is NSSF is profit motivated, not a bailout. Now, Mr. Byarugaba, you were appointed on the audit committee of Uganda Clays on 29th October 2010. Is this true?
It's not true because I wasn't even I was just been appointed to the NSSF, so I'm not too sure that appointment. Actually, I don't know. I can't remember. But I know that I was appointed on the board of Uganda Clays, largely to help us manage the company on their board because of the fact that A, we were a large shareholder. I think we own about 32%. And secondly, because we had lent...
Mr. Byarugaba, you were appointed on the... You'll go and check, but we have the appointment letters. You were appointed on the board of Uganda Clays on 29th October 2010. On 29th December 2010, after you had been appointed on the board of Uganda Clays, you now gave them this 20 billion loan. So there's no way you can say I was appointed to supervise, yet your appointment at Uganda Clays was before they even got the loan from NSSF.
Actually, my recollection is that the loan was made before I even joined the fund. It's only that we disbursed after I had joined the fund. The approval by the board of NSSF happened before my time.
Okay, point us the right direction. Who here approved the loan? We want the person who approved. Risk. Can we have risk? Kindly get the microphone.
Chair, as you call risk, the question, the supplementary question I wanted to ask is whether there was a risk evaluation of this loan before it was disbursed to Uganda Clays. Was there a risk evaluation?
Luckily enough, is the one with the microphone. Now, I want you to tell us how you invested in a loss-making company. Because when you look at their financial statement for 2008, 2009, 2010, they were making losses. So how did you get savers' money and invest it in a loss-making company? Tell us about it.
Mr. Chair, like the former MD has said, the decision to give a loan to Uganda Clays was taken earlier than October. I joined NSSF.
Was it taken by you?
I joined NSSF in 2010 on 1st September.
Can we have members of your team who were there?
None of my team was there because I've been there longer than them.
So no one... investment.
Mr. Chair, please allow me to give you information regarding that particular investment.
Whatever you give us must be binding. Do not give hearsay. You must have the exact information.
Yes. So the loan that was given to Uganda Clays was 11 billion. It wasn't 20 billion. Only that at the time of, in 2015, in 2015, they were supposed to have commenced payment, and the interest and penalty had accrued up to that amount of 20 billion. But we prepare our financial statements in accordance with international financial reporting standards, and if a loan has to be paid, and the person to whom it has been given is not in a position to pay, that is a credit event which requires you to then provide for it. Now, although it has been provided
Were you there?
Sorry?
Were you there at that time?
No, I wasn't there. But I'm just trying to explain for the benefit of the committee. Yeah. Now, although it has been provided for in our financial statements, that is a requirement for financial reporting The reality is that we've not stopped pursuing Uganda claims to pay the loan.
Now, since you decided to respond, you switch on your microphone.
Yes.
Was this loan written off, yes or no?
It was fully provided for. It hasn't been written off.
It hasn't been written off.
No. The two are different.
How much is a share in a loss-making company?
Okay, that's a bit of a difficult question. The beauty is that the loan has although it is unsecured, but to the extent that the fund has a significant influence on the company by having
risk. How did you? Okay, since you are not there,
Yeah.
do you find this regular or irregular to give an unsecured loan of savers' money to a company like Uganda Clays that was making losses for 3 financial years? You don't say too much. Is yes or no?
No.
You don't find it irregular?
Oh, so I didn't get. It's irregular. It was not proper.
Was not proper.
Yes.
Mr. Byarugaba, was this loan written off? Yes or no?
No, it wasn't written off. It is fully provided for. That means that you've got the asset sitting on your books and you've got the liability out of your profit and loss sitting on the other side. So in the books of the fund, it might show like it is zero, but it is actually fully provided for.
Okay, it was given to Uganda Clays in 2010. How much have you recovered?
we haven't recovered, but we have since restructured it to make the company in a better position to pay.
When was the restructuring done? And how much is it now?
The restructuring was done in 2022. We can avail the committee the details of the restructuring.
Last question from my side. I know honorable members have several questions. We bought shares in housing finance, and this is also on page 54. We bought shares in housing finance, and no, we gave them money actually. There are two loans, not so? Were they two loans? There are two loans. The first one was 22.5 billion. Is this true?
True.
The second was 29 billion. Is this true?
Chair, allow us to consult and then give you the response to that.
Okay. As you consult on the second one, the first loan was 22.5 billion. We were giving it to them at an interest of 15%. Who changed the interest from 15 to 13%?
So, Chair, the two figures are correct.
Okay. Yeah. So the first amount we gave it, we gave housing finance was 22.5. We signed and gave it to them at 15%. Under what circumstances did it drop to 13% interest?
Mr. Chair, in the loan agreement, there was a provision or a clause that the interest would be reviewed every 2 years. And that one depended on the market conditions at the time.
So the saver is losing?
Not necessarily. Because what tends to happen is that you'll find that...
Who determined, you just tell us who determined?
The market.
The market.
So essentially you find that at that time, interest rates would have dropped across the market. Yeah.
But there must be a process. We are interested in who was in the process.
The process is done by the investment team, essentially, and recommended
Point us
accordingly.
amongst your members Who is on your we are boring the back, the people seated at the back.
Okay.
Can you give me a name of any individual from your investment team?
No, in 2013.
No.
Okay.
Propose 2 or 3 names, we select one.
Ibrahim Buya.
And another one?
And Muhammad Kasumba.
And another one?
Those are enough.
No. Can you give us a third?
Okay, Chidele Fred Bugabe.
Mr. Fred, kindly stand up. Okay. Tell this honorable committee how you came, what steps were involved in changing the interest rate from 15 to 13.
Okay, thank you, Chair. For that process, I'm not sure. But what I'm sure of is that what happens in the market. So if you have agreed that the loan is going to be reviewed, maybe annually.
We know, but we want to know who sat on that table.
No, I wasn't on that table.
Can you nominate someone else apart from the 2 they mentioned?
Ibrahim Buya.
That one was mentioned. We want a lady.
No, that is the team that sits on that table.
But you said
Ibrahim Buya, Muhammad.
You said you are not on the table.
I wasn't there.
Okay, get us someone else. We have run out of time.
Ibrahim Buya.
Okay, thank you so much. So that transaction was, the agreement says that every 2 years, the interest rate had to be reviewed because the rate was benchmarked on the yield to maturity of a 2-year government bond plus a spread of 2%. So if you note, even when we went down to 13%, we increased the gain back to 15%. So it's not like it was one-sided. So if the YTM, the yield to maturity on a 2-year bond was 11%, we add a spread of 2%.
Okay.
Yeah.
You just stay there. Now, do you do this without consultation of the board? Do your investment team sit somewhere and just do your things?
No. We will do it because there was a loan, there is an agreement in place.
Yes, I know.
Yes.
But it's going to affect the saver, positively or negatively. Aren't you supposed to get a board resolution to that effect?
I am not sure legally what it is, but I know that it goes to MIC.
Stop there.
Yeah.
Corporation Secretary. When you're restructuring a loan that is going to affect the save, do you need a board resolution or not?
Chair, is it a yes or no answer, or can I explain?
Yes or no?
Chair, not necessarily. That's why I'm requesting to explain.
Explain.
Thank you. So, Chair, the investment decisions are determined by the provisions of the investment policy and manual. In there are delegated mandates. So there are transactions that have delegated certain authorities to management and the board ratifies. So in that case, management would make the decision and present to the board for ratification. There are decisions that require that the board actually makes the decision. So that's why it's not a yes or no answer.
When we are drafting our final report, whatever you have stated is what we will include. Are you sure about what you are saying, that you do not need a board resolution?
So Chair, with your indulgence, if I could just complete my submission. So there are those scenarios. So it's dependent on the provisions in our investment policy and manual. Now, for this specific case, we would need to check, confirm. I don't know offhand. But if you allow, we'll verify. But that's how it would be handled ordinarily. So if it is under management...
We have heard your side, and we shall make our observation.
Corporation Secretary, it's an investment decision you make without a board resolution.
You leave them, they have given us what they think is supposed to be done. So,
Chair, may I answer?
I thought you already answered.
Oh, okay. So yes, so there are decisions. For example, right now, and we have fixed income bonds where we actually have provision to invest and then inform the board. And this is on the basis of waivers that were obtained actually from the regulatory authorities. So the answer is yes. And there is evidence. Every quarter we report and avail these reports. So that is why, Chair, the provisions of the policy and manual would be very helpful for guiding the
Head investment, we have heard from your council.
Okay.
I don't think you want to participate in this.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Now, the second loan, this was the last question. The second loan was 29 billion. Not so? This was reported in 2016. Honorable members, it's also on page 54. It was reported in 2016 at 29 billion. It's currently showing 9 billion. And yet, when you look at the financials, if they had paid the 20, it should have reflected on your accounts. So where is the money? Because it is not on your account, and currently you are stating housing finance, now the loan stands at 9 billion. So where is the 20 billion? Yes. If you are comfortable, you respond.
Thank you, Chair. The loan would naturally amortize over time, so which means there will be payment of interest and principal over the duration of the loan. So when we say that the amount today is 9, or at the time that you saw the 9, sorry, at the period that you saw that it was 9, it would mean that there has been repayment of interest and principal because it's an amortizing loan.
No, you have not responded to the question. 2016, we gave him 29.
Yep.
Now the loan stands at 9. When you look at the financial statements of NSSF, it is not captured. So where is the 20 billion? Where are the repayment? Where have they paid this loan?
Okay, Chair, we can avail the committee the details.
That's why I said you should not respond things unless you're sure. Finance, where is the 20 billion?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to request that I refer and get back to you. I don't want to give you wrong information. If you give me a few minutes.
Okay. I thought I would ask a corporation secretary lastly. The minutes of the board are supposed to be filed with URSB. Is this true or not?
Chair, it's not true, not for statutory entities.
Mm-hmm.
URSB is for companies incorporated under URSB. So we don't file our minutes with URSB.
You say because it does not it does not apply for statutory bodies.
Yes, there is no provision in our law that mandates, that requires that we do so.
Okay. We will capture whatever you tell us. We are here to observe. Now let me ask Mr. Yot. Lubowa has 2 land titles. That Lubowa you are constructing very expensive houses on has 2 land titles. Are you aware, yes or no?
I believe Lubowa may have more than 2 land titles.
I mean titles belonging to another individual and NSSF.
That's a matter I think we are even in court with those individuals. So we know there's contention on that.
Okay. I have issues with the card, but let me give the smart card and the payway machines. But let me first give my honorable colleagues a chance. Honorable Baka wanted to ask first, then Honorable Amos, then Honorable Baka.
Thanks very much, Chair. I will go to the presentation of management just briefly. But before I go to that, Chair, you posed the question to the acting MD about the land titles. You said it doesn't matter, you are in courts. I doubt if you have answered the question. Either the court rules in your favor or not, currently the land titles are in which names? The ones you know of Rubo.
My apologies, Honorable. I don't think I said it doesn't matter. I think I responded and said this is a matter that's under quotation. Now, my understanding is some individuals went to the land offices. Through one mechanism, they managed to get titles that was overlaid over our land. And that seems to be the matter that's going on now in court.
Chair, before I leave that, investment knows very well that you do due diligence, you do this and that. If an outsider like me can know the names on those land titles, I used to say to us, you don't know the names of the land those land titles, because you are saying some individuals. Maybe investment knows that. Who are those individuals?
Mr. Chair, allow me to put the question to the CS because they are the custodians of the titles.
But you are the head of investment.
Yeah, but the titles are with legal. So
you mean you invest in something you don't understand?
No. That's actually we found
okay,
that
pass it.
Thank you, Chair, honorable members. Chair, the fund has title over Lubowa. It is also true that certain titles were also obtained over part of Lubowa around 2019. A couple of about 30 even plus titles which were obtained overlaying the fund land. So that matter is currently actually being prosecuted by the DPP. These titles were obtained in 2019. The fund bought land in Lubowa over periods between 2003 up to, I think, 2015-17. So titles were later obtained overlaying the fund land. We've pursued this matter vigorously with almost all the concerned authorities involved. And right now, there's a matter in court pertaining to that claim, plus a couple of other claims.
Chair, this committee is here to help NSSF. You are a lawyer, you cannot go to the courts of law and you parade your lawyers over something they don't understand. Before they go to the court, they will dig all the details and present, I'm the rightful person who got it in 2003, isn't it? And somebody has come pretending that he's the owner 2019. Who is that somebody you are taking to the courts of law? That was simple question. Names, X, Y, Z.
Actually, just supplementing, Corporation Secretary, those titles, some of them were there before you purchased. And they were issued through the district land committees, those committees at the district. So theirs may even be more genuine than yours. But we are pending, of course, legal interpretation. But you respond to I was just giving information.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I actually have a brief on Lubowa, which is quite detailed that I would like to share with the committee. There are multiple claims over Lubowa, it's true, including some with claimants alleging interest before the fund. But it's true, all these matters are in court. All these matters are in court. But specific to the question of actual titles in existence, we have the names. We have Kabuye Ibrahim, Tony Chitoke, Masiko Remo, January Bamanzi. There are many. And these matters are actually in court. And to Honorable's question, by the time the matter gets to this stage, then the fund has done whatever investigations that are necessary to support the process. Ultimately, it's the DPP that is prosecuting. They have also done their independent investigations to confirm. By the time the DPP decides to proceed, then they have, in their opinion, compelling evidence to prove that the people they are prosecuting are alleging.
Maybe what Honorable Baka wanted you to tell him. Did we buy land that had encumbrances?
No. Chair, from the records in the fund, and like my friends have been saying, I wasn't there at the time. Yes, I wasn't there. But from the records that we have, due diligence was conducted. There were clean titles at the time. The search reports are on record. To the best of my knowledge, based on the records I have seen, the fund bought unencumbered land at the time of purchase. That is what we have on record. The claims materialize after the purchase. Thank you.
By management. On page 1, the current state of the suspense account. You mentioned some sources of the suspense account. You do not talk about stubborn employees whom eventually you recover money from. You know, remember we are meeting you for the second time. You talked about compliance of where some employers are not complying and they could not give this money in time, and when they discover that you have discovered them, they pay whole amount without putting names. So that could be also a source. I wanted it to be reflected. Now I come to page 3, number 8. When planning housing investment, who is our target? And my first question is, I think this one should go to either the acting MD of the investment. What is the core function of NSSF? That is question number 1. 2, in your statement you say, we believe there is, you are saying the target market is informed by the neighborhood. And we believe there is a market for this product. But when we are talking about corporate social responsibility, are you mindful that the saver, it should be the first person to think about, even though you are going for housing? Or that one has never been in your mind? I come to, of course, page 4. Mr. Investor, my question was about the 4 pieces of Temangalo and you having only 2 land titles. And would you tell us the safety of our money in this, the other 2 land titles which are not in your names? Number 5, page 5, on your presentation, acting MD, you are telling us about the Boybadja project, of which I'm aware of. I think it has taken some years. And you came with a good idea of BOT, Build, Operate and Transfer. Up to this stage now, I know there is no foundation for Boybadja as yet for the government ministries. We want to know how much have you spent as NSSF on the whole saga before even a stone is put there to date. Page number 6. The number 16, status of the procurement of Nachigara land. There is something very interesting here. Now we have a dual system. Formerly it was one ministry, which was finance. You are talking of the first paragraph, you say, the board recommends and the minister approves the budget. The second paragraph, you are waiting for the normal process of the board approval and seeking no objection. Now, which one comes first? You have already budgeted for something, you have put the money in the budget, but you are not yet cleared by the minister in charge of investment. Which one comes first? I'm yet to be educated. I'm not complaining. I want to be educated because I'm not an investor of that nature. Now, page 7. Can put that one down. Page 7, Mr. Chairman, number 23. What has been the relationship between COF2 and NUTO? I think the question maybe was not clear to management. We are not talking the relationship of dilly-dallying. It involves money. Yes, you said according to the ILO convention, which is good. But then traditionally the fund has engaged the unions on CSR basis, especially on sensitization of their members. Bwana acting MD, what is the union? Is the union the person you dealt with, or you dealt with something you didn't understand? NOTO has got 34 affiliates. COF2 have got 11 affiliates. And you dealing with somebody without the affiliates knowing what is taking place. Was that a proper procedure?
Colleague, can I supplement on that issue?
Yes, supplement.
Thank you.
Proceed.
That is the union? The relationship
Yes.
of the unions.
Why don't they ask, so that, why don't he respond to the union issue? Because most members have questions around the union.
Yes, and okay, there is another one following that, 24. 24 is saying activity report for the unions. And you have already quoted the ILO as the trend you are using while dealing with unions. And then you say, just as with other entities, there was no requirement for them to provide activity reports. Bwana Acting MD, when you are dealing with unions, are you dealing with them as a partner? Number one. Two, when you are quoting IRO brings all programs to unions. Themselves from Geneva, they bring the money here, they monitor the money and get the report for accountability to their bosses and accountability to the unions. How can you say there was no need for these entities to have activity reports? Then how do you make accountability to the saver that I gave the money to do ABCD, this is the accountability? But you have given money to individuals and you say there is no need to provide activity reports. Then lastly, genesis of the memorandum of understanding with COF2. I want to be educated. The memorandum of understanding, is it supposed to be cleared by the Solicitor General? Secondly, Bwana Acting MD, and maybe the former MD, on 14th December 2022, a board member requested for 400 million, and I would like the Corporation Secretary to guide us on that. A board member, in his capacity as a board member, because you cannot put two courts at the same time, requested for 400 million. You advanced him 100 million, and that is earlier than December. But on the 14th December, he demanded balance of 300 million plus an extra 600 million in total to make it 1 billion. That was on 14th December. The following day, on 15th December, you all signed a memorandum of understanding with him. Which one comes first? The memorandum of understanding or a request for money? We stand to be educated on that. For the time being, the rest will be tomorrow for the board. I can rest my case. And there is
a supplementary question on the union, Honorable Amos.
Yes, thank you so much. Actually, my supplementary question is, we have seen from the documents submitted that there was an MOU with COF2, but we have not seen an MOU with NOTU. Is that an irregularity or an oversight on your part?
You respond, because I am sure even may have a question on the union.
Excuse me, Chair, kindly, because I requested that I will be going. I'd forgotten two questions. During the board meeting of 18th February 2021, the board urged management to try their level best to acquire land in Gulu before the end of the financial year 2020-2021. In the board meeting again of 11th May 2021, management again was asked to put more effort to acquire land in Gulu, including engaging the whoever could assist them. My question is, what is that external force that was disturbing you to get land in Gulu, and for what?
Okay, respond. You conclude with the question on unions, because it's going to bring more questions. So you start with the rest. Unions will be the last.
Okay, I will ask the head of investment to start with the Gulu land.
Thank you, Chair. The board approved that we do city complexes or houses in both Mbale and Gulu. We managed to acquire land, that was in 2016 or thereabout. We managed to acquire land in Mbale in 2017, but we've not been successful with Gulu. So the minute of the board is speaking to the frustration that is coming as a result of management reporting to the board that although we have a board approval to do an office complex in Gulu, we have not yet been able to acquire land. That process has taken a bit longer. but I know we are still on it. Now, on the question of Temangalo, whether we have 4 titles or 2 titles, I can assure Honorable Bakabulindi that we have all titles in our names in for the land in Temangalo.
Chair, he is assuring the select committee not Honorable Bakabulindi.
My apologies. My apologies. Yeah, I would like to assure the select committee, and the corporation secretary can attest to that, that we have the titles for Temangalo and they are in our names. There was a question on the fund's names.
Chair, Chair, supplementary to that.
Maybe before, let's have the corporation secretary on record also confirming this.
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair and members. I confirm and I can read out the particulars. For the record, the land purchased land comprised in 6 separate private Milo certificates of title, all of which are transferred into the names of the fund, all of which are in the fund's custody. They are Block 296, Plot 12, which was transferred on 29th January 2009. We have Block 296, Plot 16, transferred on 29th January 2009. Block 296, Plot 20, transferred on 29th January 2009. Block 296, Plot 21, transferred 15th May 2008. Block 277, Plot 191, transferred on 27th May 2008. And Block 280, Plot 35, transferred 15th May 2008. Chair, with your permission, I'll submit this for the committee's records with all these particulars. And Chair and members, I confirm that we have the titles at the fund. Thank you.
Chair, can I proceed?
Honorable Amos?
Yeah, thank you so much. My questions will be oscillating between...
They have not finished responding.
Ah.
I thought you had some... They are still responding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I had 2 more questions directed at me. The one was on...
we have information and evidence that some of the land titles in Temangalo are still in the names of Amos Nzei, not NSSF. So if we find these land titles, should the committee consider this land belonging to NSSF or not?
Chair, should I answer?
Please.
Chair, it's true that there are titles in Temangalo in the names of Amos Nzei, which are the subject of a pending swap. So there is a swap that is supposed to be done where part of the land currently held by the fund would be returned to Mr. Nzei, but for that to be done, he needed to avail suitable land acceptable to the fund for that process to be done. So in addition to the titles the fund holds, the 6 that I mentioned, it is true there are titles in the name of Mr. Nzei, but which are not the subject of the original.
Let me just give information in that on that particular matter. Then Honorable Masaba can come in. I'm looking at the UBRA report. This UBRA is supposed to be your regulator. Investment in real estate Temangalo land, Busiru. Proprietorship of the original land purchased was affected. However, the fund holds 5 certificates of title registration in the names of Amos Nzei, pending conclusion of the swap. Now the question is, are they in NSSF's names?
Chair, they are not.
But then you are telling us you have the titles.
Chair, we have titles. I could also read out the particulars of those other titles. There are 2 sets of titles. The first set of titles I read out, the 6 titles I read out, are in the names of NSSF. they were the subject of the sale agreement. There is a separate set of titles. I could read them out maybe for the record as well.
Are you in court with Nzei?
Well, we are co-litigants with Nzei in a matter in court, currently Court of Appeal, which was filed against the fund and Mr. Nzei and the Commission of Lands by Temangalo Estates, T Estates.
Does this land have encumbrances?
Yes, Chair, it does.
So, were you aware of these encumbrances before you purchased this land?
At the time of purchase, again, the usual caveat of I was not there, but I have seen the records from what I read.
Who is in charge? Which department is in charge of this particular?
Chair, this is between legal and investments.
Okay, now let's go to investment. How did you buy land that had encumbrances?
Thank you, Chair. To the best of my knowledge, with the caveat that I wasn't there, my understanding...
Let me just inform you.
Yes.
The actions of the agent bind the principal. This is business law. In this particular matter, we are asking IOTA questions regarding NSSF. But the former MD is seated next to him. And IOTA will say at times, I was not there. But he's now the head.
Exactly.
So we are asking you, we are tired of everyone saying I was not there. Every risk he was not there. Now you are not there. So what is the status of the savers money? Please respond.
Okay, responding to your question directly, when the initial sale was completed, the parties to the sale entered into another agreement where the vendor proposes to keep part of the land that he has sold to the fund and the titles he had transferred in the names of the fund in exchange for other pieces of land. Those are the subject of the swap, which swap has not been concluded. There were 3 conditions for the swap to be concluded. The first condition was that the land did not need to have any encumbrances. So essentially there shouldn't have been any encumbrances on the land that was being proposed. It ought to have been adjacent or close to the land that had been originally sold to the fund, and then it needed not to be low-lying or having wetlands. Now,
Chair,
when you look at
clarification.
Clarification?
When head of investment,
yes,
can you own something you don't have?
You can't.
Assuming Nzei is not around.
Yes.
And the kids are there collecting their properties.
Yes.
Are those properties yours or Nzei's?
Well, they are not yours.
Thank you.
Honorable Masaba?
Chair, what I wanted to ask, I think you brought it out clearly.
Okay. Respond to the other questions.
Okay, so the other questions, I'll go to Bwebaja, how much has been spent to date. So the cost of land, the land acquisition was 91 billion. We have since procured the services of a project consultant to design that project, and we've paid 2.5 billion to date. So it is 91 billion and 2.5 billion. On the question of Nachigalala, which happens first, is it the budget or the investment prospect? The quick answer to the question is the budget happens first. So essentially, when you have material evidence of a prospect...
On that one, of Webaja, should the government today say, I'm changing my mind, I want to put offices in Rukaya, do you have any binding document with the government?
Yes, and we've submitted copies of the project development agreement to the committee. Yeah, so I was just concluding the question of Nachigalala, which happens first. So essentially, whenever there is material evidence of a prospect, we budget for that particular prospect in the financial year, because without a budget, you cannot have a procurement plan. In our processes, we first have an investment approved, and then the procurement takes place thereafter. In this particular case, the investment leg had not yet been completed, but the same item had been budgeted for 3 financial years before 2020 to 2023. Thank you.
Okay. Now you can go to the rest.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just take them in the order in which Honorable Bakabulindi asked. The first one, I think, was just guidance you gave us to include the sources of, we note that. Thank you very much. The next one, you asked what the core functions of the fund is. We collect contributions, we invest those contributions, and then when members become eligible, we pay the benefits to them. So it's collect contributions, invest, and then pay back to the members. Those are the core functions of the fund. The other question that you raised was whether we understood what's a union, GOFT and NOTU. Now,
No, Chair. The core function of the fund
yes,
goes back to the origin why NSSF was established. NSSF was not established for you to come and collect. NSSF was established for the people to save their money for the retirement. There is a difference between you collect, invest, and pay. No.
Okay, sir. I was breaking the object of NSSF and the function of NSSF. So I stand to be guided, sir. The other question that you raised was whether or not we understood the difference between especially the center and the unions. And this is the second time you've given me an education on that. I think as a fund, we didn't actually understand there was a difference between the center and the unions. That's something that we take guidance on going forward. Thank you. The one you raised about provide activities, you talk about ILO being able to provide activities. I think what the relationship that has been with us, say the Catholic Church writes to us and says, you know what, we have this occasion that we want to do a blood bank and so on. Once we know that that fits within our CSR policy, we'll send it to them. We've never gone back to them and say, okay, did you do this and that? So that's the same spirit in which we basically have been dealing with the CSR activities. It then raises the issue of why then the MOU came. And if I may just ask, answer Honorable Amos's question regarding why COF2 and not NOTU. The MOU was the tail end of a protracted process. In fact, our first meeting regarding, because the market had opened up, the law had changed, and we realized that to get into the informal sector, we're going to have to use different partners to do that. One of them being the extension that the unions have within our reach, where they touch different professionals, so on. So we need to formalize, so it's not just a CRF. Now, it's formalize that when we want to reach these members, we can actually leverage on the unions. Our first meeting actually was August 16th, 2022. In that meeting, I was
information.
Yes,
information.
2nd January 2022.
Yes.
Is when this law was assented to.
Yes.
When did you start providing money to the two centers?
No, we've been providing money to them, even before then.
Maybe before. Finance. If you say you don't know now, you are going to.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What is the total amount of money you have given these unions from the fund?
Just a second, Mr. Chairman. That I know. NOTU 451 million and COF2 370 million. NOTU over the period, excuse me, over the period, I think the first funding was 2018. 451 million for NOTU and 370 million for COF2.
Now, Mr. Yota.
Yes.
It is really confusing how this MOU came into, but Honorable Baka has just responded, because this money was being received before even these MOUs came in place.
Correct.
The functions of NSSF are very clear.
Yes.
When you look at the letter Lyomoki wrote requesting for the balance of the 300 million, he had 3 items. To leveraging on technology for purposes of upgrading and managing the COF2 information management system.
Correct.
2, mobilizing and engaging stakeholders costed at 200 million. 3, CSR costed at 200 million.
Yeah.
Now we have a scenario here. You have given unions a total of, on a conservative estimation, 800 million. Save us money. You are not bothered about the accountability for this money. You say it is an activity we don't need to know. Recently, Dr. Yomoki, who sits on the SACA, was among the people who recommended your reappointment. Is this true?
I wasn't in that meeting, so
Is
I
this
can't.
true or not? Is yes or no?
I wouldn't know. Because it was a board meeting, I wasn't there. I don't know.
Okay.
Yes.
Yomoki writes to you requesting for money, and who signs? Is it you?
Signs what?
There is a document where you signed this union, the MOU.
The MOU. Yes, I signed. I signed the MOU.
You signed the MOU.
Yes, sir.
Now the Constitution is clear. Article 119(5) of the Constitution.
Yes.
All agreements, treaties, etc., where government has an interest, you must seek advice from the Auditor General. Solicitor General.
Yes.
He says, it is also clear that any amount above 200 million,
correct,
you must get the Solicitor General's approval.
Yes.
Did you get it?
Because the MOU didn't have an amount of money.
Exactly.
It was not connected to what the request was.
Dr. Yomoki's request is 400. You people were very intelligent. You signed I've never seen an MOU that has no figure. You went ahead and signed an MOU that is a blank check. Whatever you take it. But luckily enough, we have not put a figure. Supplemented.
Mr. Acting MD.
Yes, sir.
What is the magic between Dr. Yomoki's request of the balance of 300 million in addition to the 100 million and a request for 600 million budgetary request in the next budgeting that was done on 14th December and the following day you sign an MOU regarding the same?
I can answer that? Okay. Like Chairman, what I said, that when you look at the process that we went through to come up with the MOU, and like I was just explaining, the first time we begin to change how we are going to relate with the unions in terms of being able to have them deliver whatever we need them to deliver. That discussion starts around August 16, 2022. In that meeting, there was myself, there was the CS, there was the MD, head of marketing, there was COFTU, there was NOTU. So we begin the framework on what we need to do that. Eventually, what happens, we had meetings back and forth for a number of years, a number of months. Kind of to answer what the Honorable Amos asked, why COFTU and not NOTU? Because NOTU was going through some internal dynamics that they need to send. We couldn't progress the discussions with the NOTU, but we continued with COFTU. On the 15th of December, that now we've kind of agreed on the framework on the deliverables that need to be made. And the good thing is we have the minutes, we've got even the things that took place. So that is now formalized an MOU in terms of what would be delivered. The reason why you couldn't put a number, because it was a framework. Then whenever there is an activity that has to be done, the idea was to agree on, okay, for this activity, these are the deliverables we need you to do. And then there would be a budgetary cost associated with that, so that then you can actually do it. The fact that he writes a letter on the 14th, like, I can't be held accountable for somebody writing to request. What I can be held accountable for is how I reacted to it. And on which here, we got the letter, did nothing with it, we never dispersed any funds. So it doesn't matter what he asked for, what he wanted. I think I'm held accountable for how I react to that request. And we get a lot of requests. And a lot of times we turn them down. You cannot stop anybody from writing to the fund asking for money. What we can stop is us giving them money.
Maybe, Chair, this just to educate you in future. According to election law,
yes,
the three principal people is the chairman, In this case, Chairman General, Treasurer General, and the Secretary General of a union.
Okay.
In this case of the memorandum you took of Yomoki, even the Treasurer General signed as the Chairman General. And the Chairman General came to our committee and confessed, and the Treasurer General himself also confessed negatively.
Okay.
For not to cite, you'll be interacting with the Chairman who is there, who was the Chairman.
Take your guidance, sir.
Now, lastly, Mr. Yota, did you meet a section of, have you met a section of COF2 recently?
Of COF2, we had a discussion.
Last week, did you meet any group of COF2?
No, the week before we met NOT2, and then we met COF2.
No, I mean you, not you as NSSF, I mean you as an individual.
No, as NSSF we did meet.
No, I'm asking you as an individual. It's I didn't or I met them.
Met last week?
Yes.
No, sir. I don't recall. I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Honorable. Honorable Amos, then Honorable Massa.
Yeah, thank you so much. As a matter of context, I would want us to address ourselves to the restructuring system. One, in the background we know, Honorable Chair, I'm just giving a background so that the questions come. We know that in mind, like we shared with management and the former MD, there was a need to restructure because of what was coming. One, the new law. Two, midterm issues that were coming in. And therefore, you needed a new system. And I'm talking about the pension administration system. When we were asking about the organogram of the organization, which you provided, we discovered as a committee that we were unable to get explanation to some of the issues. The former MD told us that you have about 7 products, which you know better, and I will not go to those details. We also alive to the fact that the 3 statutory appointments you have is the MD, the DMD, and the Corporation Secretary. Agnes, your appointment came through consultants, ABS. So, the acting managing director, do you have details of the results of that confirm your appointment? Because information that is coming through is there was something to do with your appointment and one of Guang Isaac. And I had him identify himself. Are you around? Yeah, I'm just want to know that you're around. So we'll need a detail on that process and how you appointed. Now, I want to go to the head HR. I don't remember. Yes. This is, what was the rationale of restructuring? And my approach, Mr. Chair, I would want to ask a question so that he responds and we move together. So what was the rationale of restructuring, bearing in mind the context I've just given?
So, thank you, Chair. The context for doing the organization restructuring was, I think to put it simply, to position ourselves in the best way to take advantage of the new operating environment, the new law, technology, and all that.
Exactly. So you realize that's why I was giving you that background.
Thank you.
So did you hire an external consultant to help you do that? to carry out that restructuring?
Yes, we did. Deloitte.
So
and
can we have who?
Deloitte.
So can we have that contract?
We can avail the contract at short notice. I didn't come with it here, but it must be in our offices. So if you give us time, tomorrow morning somebody can deliver.
Chair, you need to guide on this because we need it in order to understand how you were guided. Because in the process, we want to know this restructuring must have caused some placements, okay? And others maybe did not end up remaining in the organization.
That's true.
So, has it ended yet, the restructuring?
We are 99% done with the restructuring. And if I can just explain it, everywhere around the world, when you do restructuring, you come to end of the project, a report is presented to the board approves it. When it gets to implementation, there are certain challenges, there is certain tweaking that needs to happen to serve the best interest of the fund. So what has happened is that the project life cycle ended, a final report has been presented to the board. We are now at the stage of tweaking and just making sure that everything works for the best interest of the fund.
But before you go to the final report being given to the board, did this kind of restructuring get approved by the board? Do you have an approval for it?
Approval to commence the restructuring process?
Yes.
Yes, of course, yes, certainly.
So, Chair, those are two issues we are looking at.
Yeah.
The contract that you're talking about,
Yeah.
with the consultant who guided you,
Yeah.
and secondly, the approval of that restructuring by the board.
Yeah.
Did you have any staff change jobs then?
Several staff change jobs.
Because changing is in different form, either vertically or horizontally, you know. Can you address the changes to the committee?
So, like with any other restructuring, jobs change, the scope of roles change, the structure of the organization changed. Remember, part of what we are trying to do is get ourselves into a flatter, more agile structure to enable us be more faster reaction to members' needs. So the majority of staff, I would say 80% of staff changed jobs. And as I would say, some jobs, the scope changed. We even changed our grading system. So there are a number of staff whose job scopes broadened. There are those whose job scope changed, became smaller, to use plain language. So that happened, and it's a natural outcome of restructuring.
Yes, but we know you held a meeting on the 6th, actually, not 6th, it was around June 2022, with staff at Serena Chigo.
That's
and,
true.
And you, those who were going to be affected and the related packages that were going to be given to them were shared with them. Would like to have that presentation you gave them and how they were going to be affected. And later on, those who had benefits or who were compensated, what kind of benefits did you give them?
Okay. We have that information, Mr. Chairman. Every year the fund has what we call the annual staff conference, where we gather to spend a day to talk about the issues about the fund. So that particular one, the big subject was the restructuring exercise, where MD gave a presentation of the key outcomes. And like we said, this restructuring, the guidance we got from the board was that the fund is a growing institution. So the purpose of our restructuring was not to reduce jobs or to send people home. It was basically to rejig how we position ourselves so that we are positioned for growth. So first principle of restructuring was that nobody would be forced to leave the fund, and we adhered to that. At the end of the restructuring, part of what MD communicated at that Chigo meeting you're referring to was that with the new structure of the fund, with the new business environment that we see around the corner, there might be some staff within the fund who don't want to be part of that new journey. So the idea was to give people an opportunity to voluntarily offer to leave if they chose to. And that's what we did. When the time was right, an email came from me to all staff to say the time is now right for those who are not interested in moving in the next chapter of the fund's journey to voluntarily. So a total of people applied.
Just a moment there.
Yes, please.
Because I think in the process there were some demotions, weren't there?
Yes, I said the job scopes changed. We introduced a new grading system, went through a professional job evaluation process, which involved a cross-section of staff and the consultants. So it's true, some job scopes changed for the lower, others for the bigger. Yeah.
I would like to have those details of those whose situation became a demotion, because some of the information available is that one Henry Mugerwa was affected and was demoted. So my interest there is to see how did you manage the human resource in that restructuring time, because it has a bearing on, or even a cost on the performance of the organization and therefore the fund. True or false?
That's true.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right, Honorable. There are a number of people whose jobs became smaller. And you asked a very pointed question, how well did we do with our organization restructuring? Standard practice is that when you go through such a major exercise, you give staff an opportunity to give feedback, because staff are our customers. We did a staff survey, and out of that survey, 93% of our staff said the exercise went extremely well. 7% thought it didn't go very well.
That survey report is available?
That report is very available.
Okay.
I can avail it to you at show.
Those are already about 3 or 4 issues you promised to avail.
Yeah.
Now, as we move on, let me address myself to the head of IT. The head IT. During the restructuring, like rightly said, there was a new system coming on board.
Yes.
Of course, you had many other systems that you are now changing to the PAS. Did you generate a needs assessment for this? And if you may take me through the process, how do you eventually end up into engaging a contractor to have such a system? Don't you like have a board's approval to justify this? Don't you advertise after having justification from the board of the needs assessment? I want to know, was this done? Was there a needs assessment? And did the board approve the purchase of the pension administration system?
Thank you very much. Yes, I can confirm that it went through the proper process for procurement, and this is a procurement.
So just a minute. So it didn't go through a proper process of procurement?
It did go through.
When it goes through, you come up with what we are talking about?
Yes.
Approval by the board?
Yes.
After a needs assessment and justification?
Yes.
And you advertise, and then you get a list of bidders.
That's true.
You eventually have a successful bidder, true?
That's true.
This is what I'm asking. Did you end up with that contract given to someone, and who was that?
That's true. It ended up with...
Before we come to the end, you went through the process?
Yes. We went through the process.
So we can have that process?
Yes, that's true.
So it ended up in an advertisement?
Yeah.
Can you avail that evidence?
Yes, we can send for all that information. We should be able to have it before the close of the day.
And certainly at the end of the day, once you have the successful bidder, you have a due diligence report.
That's true.
In terms of the best performing, you know, I mean the best bidder and his report, I mean due diligence report.
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes, due diligence was done on the bidder, the winner. That's a company, a great company called Intrasoft, just to check that yes, he is who he says he is, and they can do this particular job.
What were your findings? Just a snapshot of that.
I wasn't there personally at that time. I can probably ask the head of PDU to give more detail, but yes, that was done. And the report can actually be availed.
Do you remember you were not there now? I was going to ask you, do you remember the cost of this contract with Ultrasoft, you say?
Intrasoft, yes. Yes, it's 15.2 billion shillings.
15.2. In dollars, how much is that?
It was quoted in Uganda shillings. It was quoted in Uganda shillings, so you'd have to refer back to the rate at that particular time to get a dollar equivalent.
So, Chair, I want it on record that you have said you went through a proper process, the board approved, and due diligence was done. A successful bidder chosen was Ultrasoft. Intrasoft. And the cost was 15.2. Just a cross question to my former MD. Last time we interfaced with you, you told us it was about $2 million US dollars, because he quoted it in dollars.
Yeah, and I wasn't right, of course. But yes, 14, I mean, the figure is 15.4. I was just picking out from my 15.2, picking it out from my memory.
Yeah.
Obviously, I wasn't right.
So this system was being managed from the onset by one Mr. Chitaka.
As part of the project team, I meant to understand so. I wasn't there at the time.
You weren't there?
No, I wasn't.
Human resource, you have a lot of human resource migration or turnover. What is it?
Our turnover, Honorable, is less than 1.5%.
They restructured and chased everyone.
We have very good people working for the fund, so the market tends to pay premium to
So
some of our good
now we are still on the system.
Yes,
My head IT. The migration of the system, or call it cutover, comes after the user acceptance test.
That's right.
Did you do that?
Yes,
you have that report?
Yes, user acceptance testing was done. Yes, we do have a report and we can submit that.
Chair, there are many documents here that have not been availed and they are promising, and I hope maybe it is done, because we want to, Chair has already intimated that we want to expeditiously handle this. I don't know when we'll avail them. Can that be handled?
It must be done now.
Yes, today we'll have that today.
Because those show no compliance and performance, okay? Now, like I asked you by that time when PAS started, the head was Mr. Chitaka Elijah. True or false?
I can't confirm. I wasn't around.
Because we are looking at information available to us, there has been a lot of turnover in that surrounding that system. Okay? The one ASIO, towards the launch, she leaves. Why? Is it because of the system? Was it problematic? Before that, Elijah Chitaka comes back after he had left. He had left as a head of that system. Okay? He resigns. And then he comes back as a consultant.
Yeah.
I would want to look at those two. Why? How can someone resign and then in a short while come back on contract?
My supposition would be to provide continuity to the project, but again, the contract can actually be availed as well for your record.
Because now we seem not to see a succession plan
small supplementary.
Yes.
So I'm interested to know this because we can apply it somewhere else. Now, if Chitaka resigned according to a system, you calculated for him the resignation package, and then he came back on contract on new terms. Is that correct?
May I please answer that? The terms of NSSF is that when an employee resigns, and I think other organizations as well, when you resign, you don't get paid for resigning. It means you've left us to go for greener pastures. Sorry, I'm not talking about the board. I don't, sorry, I'm not talking about the board. I'm talking about staff. Honorable,
I think
I'm
that
just
was...
answering on the staff side, so I want to confirm.
Are you putting a disclaimer? Isn't it all NSSF?
No.
Is it stated somewhere that some are more equal than others?
Mr. Chair.
Some get after they resign, they get the full payment and others don't.
Mr. Chair.
You read that specific clause you are referring to so that we understand.
There is a specific clause in the HR policy manual.
We want you to read it for us.
The clause which says there is no payment for resignation?
Yes. They can get it for you as you respond to other questions.
Yes, as you respond, I referred to ASIO.
Yes. Can I?
That is the time when you're about to launch the famous PAS.
Yes.
Why did she leave?
Uh,
But alongside that, you're very creative as the IT and you have the smart card. The smart card was there and you did due diligence, you went to India and you were informed by the former MD. And finally it culminates into an importation. Records in URL show that you imported containers full of cards. And that launch was done at Serena, where you invited even His Excellency to be present. Now, my question is, what is the performance? Can we look at the cards? Because those cards came with the, are they called points of sale? I remember, Chairman, you asked this question.
If I can give information, there are two issues here. 2015-2016, a team even flew to India to approve these cards. The card was supposed to have details, your details, but the card ended up having just a photo. They had a very expensive launch at Serena, and that card didn't, actually it just had a photo, they abandoned it. We need to know those who traveled right now. They should stand up. Those who traveled to India and those who initiated this project. The second issue was in the same year, 2016. They introduced machines, like the payway machines in supermarkets. This machine was supposed, you are supposed to be able to access this machine and it tells you your balance. But at the same time, it would give you points in the shopping. That system just collapsed. They had already imported the machines and they just threw them away. It is finished. So I was just giving information.
Thank you, Chair, for the information. I actually was ending up in that. Me, I thought they have the cards. Do you have an example and do you have a performance, analysis of the cards? Is that system still there?
Maybe they can tell us even the cost, the total cost of these two projects.
Because the first one was 15.4, you said? 0.2?
15.2 is what my colleague said, yeah.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, I think I'll just restrict my answers to staff-related questions. The one on Joan, Asio, and Elijah. The smart card projects, there is my colleague, Barbara, who is in charge of that. She has all the answers, so if you agree. So Elijah, as I was saying, he resigned. He wasn't paid a penny because the policy is when you resign, you move on as an employee. So he wasn't paid. However, because he was resigning at a point when we were at a critical stage of the project, they are needed to have continuity so that the project doesn't collapse. So management had discussions with him to request, actually, that although he's resigning to go and do other things, private business, could he give some of his time to enable continuity of the project? And that's how an agreement was reached between Elijah and the fund that he stays, I think he stayed for 4 months or 5 months, to allow us identify somebody else to take over and train that person. And 15 billion is a lot of money. You don't want such a project to collapse because an individual has left. So that's the story of Elijah's resignation and the short period when he provided consultancy services. The second one is Joanita Asio. Joan was like a number 2 to Elijah when Elijah was the head of technology, the job that we eventually recruited Benoni Katende to come and do. But like I said earlier on, the fund, we feel proud that we've got great talent working for the institution. And the market knows that fund staff are great talent. So every single day, a number of our staff get offers from all over the other employers.
You know, sorry, stop there.
Yeah.
You seem to indicate that why they are leaving is because they are too good. So they are taken away. Isn't it?
Not,
that is what you're trying to tell me.
It's about opportunities available out there.
Compared to what you have inside.
It's a mix of things.
Exactly.
The opportunities, the quality of talent. And
so your retention has a problem?
That's the point I was coming to.
Now,
we got a very robust retention strategy, but Honorable, you'll agree, there is no retention strategy in the world which retains 100% of people. Our attrition at the fund is less than 1.5%. The market average in Uganda
now,
is 5%.
You see why I'm asking you? I'm trying to associate it with the performance of the PAS. People are leaving, maybe they don't want to be associated with the bad performance of the PAS. Why? Fast forward, we see midterm coming in, and I asked a question prior, I think our first meeting or before. When this midterm came in, we tried to look at the information available. How many accessed midterm through the system for which it was the purpose? How many? We realized there was a crisis. People did not use the system. And right now, if you gave us a performance audit, it has failed. And that's the truth.
Honorable, if you don't mind me just chipping in, since the system was launched, all the activities for registration, for contribution and benefits payments, they are all done 100% in the system. I have a few figures here that I can give you. From the time that it was launched to date, we've registered 152,000 employees.
Just a moment. The time you were giving out the midterm, you paid around 400 billion.
Yes.
But about 85% and above, you first received these claims manually and later on put them in the system. True or false?
So just a bit of detail around that. So we have a multi-channel approach for which our customers apply. There are those whose preference is to walk into a branch and actually submit a hard copy or whatever it is for them to get their benefit. There are those that actually
But before we go to that, what was the purpose of investing 15 billion when people are going to continuously walk into the fund to launch their requests?
So as with any digital transformation or customer migration, you will always have that sort of customer that prefers to do that. We have more than 30% in terms of volume, and a lot higher in terms of value of the customers that actually did apply online and had a straight-through process for that particular payment. As we continue to migrate more benefits into that type of arrangement, we are seeing the numbers growing and customers getting comfortable to that. The other thing to add is that for a customer to use self-service, their data needs to be in a particular order. It needs to be up to date in terms of their registration, phone number, bank account. So any customer that didn't have their information in line could not use that system online. They had to walk in, but again, all of that was still paid through the pension administration system. We don't do any processes outside the pension administration system.
Now, I will need justification for that, but
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to just supplement something because I think this is so important. I think we need to understand that the pension administration system is the back end of the NSSF. In other words, the system that actually does the processing into the general ledger or the accounts. The front end is all these other systems that we did. And at the beginning, what happened is that our front system is the one that failed. It's not the back end system that failed. So PASS was okay.
Which one is the front system?
Well, the various ones, the touch points. For example, if you want to use your mobile phone, there's a system that does that. If you want to use the internet, there's a system that does that. That is not the PASS. PASS is the system that does the back end of the transactions. So in terms of our failure on the first few days of the midterm, it is the front end that failed. And I recall, my colleagues will all testify, we actually had to get all our staff into the front end in order to get the forms manually. But eventually, those were then fed into the back end system. The other issue that I wanted to help my colleagues on is around the loss of talent. Elijah and his colleagues, who included Joan and another one called Brian, all went to Stanbic Bank. It's not a secret there. So it's not that when Elijah left, obviously when he left, he went to Stanbic Bank. He was poached because he's a good guy, as they've said, and he poached the good guys who were with us. So it's not that they were all running away from a system that had failed. Nobody else has been lost. And all the people who have been lost have actually gone to one employer. So you can interpret that any other way you want, but certainly if I were you, I would interpret it that we were losing good talent to another good employer.
Thank you. Now, this system, I think, was
as we prepare for the legislation, but those two are moving in tandem, and as soon as the legislation is out, we should have a product on the market.
Come again?
So it's both the regulations and the technical bit, the system being ready for that. So those two are currently moving in tandem, and as soon as one is cleared, we should be able to have something on the market.
Because now, what we are looking at, for example, I was making an analysis here. In terms of numbers, maybe the head commercial will help us here. In terms of numbers, you said your size of your portfolio is like how many?
Thank you, Chair. So size of the portfolio.
In terms of employers and employees.
Employers, we're talking 27K, 27,000. Members, we're talking 1.5 million with a balance, but on a monthly basis, approximately 800,000 members are contributing.
800,000?
Yes, and all the contributions come through PASS.
Of those who are active, what is the number of those who are active?
Like I did emphasize, 1.5 million members have a balance with the fund. But on a monthly basis, approximately between 780 to 800 contribute monthly. 1,000, yes.
150,000 people.
800,000 people contribute monthly.
Because we are given information that, okay, the number that is expected to be active is about 2 million. Is that the one you're referring to?
That's not accurate, sir. It's not accurate.
But that number has been around that for some time. It seems to be stagnant.
That's why we're emphasizing. Actually, the numbers indicate that the numbers have been growing. If you go back about 10 years ago, the people that that we had with a balance were less than 400,000 people. Today, you're speaking 1.5 million. So it's not also true that the number hasn't grown. Yeah, but the 2 million that you talk about.
Information. You people keep on changing figures. The active members are 1.3 million.
Chair, let me give
From what we have.
information. That is not a stagnant number. So about 1 year ago, that number was 1.3 million. But that number changes daily, because every day you get people that are saving for the very first time. And so they add to your active membership. So if you went into the database today, that number is 1.5 million, not 1.3.
Because you see, that number, what we get is the active one is about 630. Is that true?
Again, it depends on when the information, when you got that.
It was given to us by you about last week.
Yes, but that information keeps changing. So today, like I say,
over the week it has changed. Now it is 700.
It ranges between 700,000 to 800,000 per month. Those that are contributing.
And because it can't be stagnant, because of course we know it can reduce because there are those who exit.
Yeah.
And also because of the system, the turnaround time for a claim, for example, in regard to the other system, what happened? Because it was supposed to be like in a 1 day to have answered a claimant and he gets his money, isn't it? Wasn't that the purpose?
Thank you. So turnaround time will depend on the type of the benefit. So today, for cases like age benefit, where you don't need to verify because the member is of age, it will take you about 4 to 5 days to pay. But we've got types of claims that require rigorous verification, specifically the survivor's benefit, because you're not dealing with the principal owner. You verify with the courts of law, you verify with NIRA, you verify with the families. So if you include the average of the survivor's benefit, then your average TAT will basically go up. So yes, for some of the benefits, it is shorter. For other types, it's longer.
I think we'll need that statistic.
You can get that.
So we want it availed. So my head of marketing, Chair, interestingly, head of marketing, we studied chartered, we are chartered marketeers.
Are you conflicted?
No, there's no conflict of interest. I want to see how you perform.
Maybe for the purpose of the record, you declare your interest.
No, there are no interests, but you know, when I remember we went to school because...
Is that the declaration?
The Chartered Institute of Marketing, London, and we all successfully graduated. So I'm hoping that she's doing a good job. And therefore, that's the question I want to ask. What is your brand strategy?
Okay, our brand strategy is actually diverse.
You know why we are saying that? The other day I asked the former MD, you know, I asked him,
yeah,
he's becoming bigger than the brand, the fund. And he said, wow, that's good news. So, what is the strategy that you're having? Because, you know, for us, we would want this communication strategy to be speaking about, you know, growing numbers, growing savers. But we are seeing the strategy talking about how, you know, actually we don't even see you. Giving an example of Uganda Police, you see a Nanga, but in this instance you see...
Honorable, for the interest of time, can I ask you a question?
So the question is, what brand strategy are you carrying out at the fund?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Amos. Actually, in terms of our brand strategy, which is anchored on our brand policy, we focus on 3 brand touch points. The first is the look and feel, and under that there's a lot to unpack, how the brand looks when you walk into our branches, online, across our social media.
all that is catered for. Then the second is basically brand communication, and within our communication policy, we actually specify the spokespeople for the fund. And the first face for the fund is the managing director. I come in to support as delegated. And that is why I think lately you've also been seeing our acting managing director interfacing with the media.
The concern here is,
yes,
I don't see the communication talking to the potential market about the savers, about the necessity to buy into the fund.
Okay.
This is my concern, and that will be my last question.
I do speak, but I appreciate your concern. I think you want to see me more out there. That has been taken. So I think we've answered.
Not him to see you in particular, but to see NSSF.
We are out there. We are out there. We have several reports on how we are doing across all media, and there's a lot really that goes on in the background.
I hope you both don't have conflict of interest.
Finally, I would like the head communication to avail us with the costs associated to that communication strategy, the cost of the billboards and all that, so that we're able to relate it to the performance, whether it is value for money.
Thank you. Chair, there was a question that someone had asked me to respond to.
Honorable asked about the payway machines and the smart cards. Can we have procurement and IT?
All right.
Finance first. What was the cost of these projects?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The cost of the cards was, just a second, it was around 2.3 billion shillings. Will you confirm? Yes, 2.6 billion shillings. Sorry, I beg your pardon, Mr. Chairman.
What was the cost of the point of sale machines?
133 million shillings.
Chair, you asked me to read for you the quote from the HR policy manual about resignation. Should I read it now or?
You read it.
Okay, so we got it. It's clause 23.2.1. A of it reads as follows. Resignation is where an employee decides voluntarily that he or she wants to terminate his or her employment with the fund. He will be subject to a normal notice period. He will normally be expected to work for the full notice period. They will receive their full salary up to the last day of employment, together with pay in lieu of leave based on the annual leave balance that they may have at the point of leaving. So it is this salary up to the day of leaving and any leave that they have already earned up to the day that they are leaving. That's the package you pay.
If someone resigns?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
On the same, they are not finished responding to.
Chair, I don't know whether I didn't hear well. I'm still on the smart card.
They were going to answer.
The smart card, particularly what was the success rate and functionality of this card?
No, it failed. There is no success.
It failed?
I wasn't there, so I wouldn't know.
No. Is it working?
It's not there
you
at the
have
moment.
samples.
Mr. Chairman.
Maybe to
Can we have
help him?
procurement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think the card did what it's supposed to do, except the technology changed quickly. Let me just give you a simple background. In 2013-2014, the biggest pain of our members was that they could not access information about their savings, all right? We were like operating in a black box. Nobody could know what is happening in the back end in terms of whether their savings are accumulating or not. So the idea of having a card was that let's give a card to each member, that at any time when they want to see their card, their balances, they could go to the bank and get the balances. So exactly that's what that card did. But however, in a few days, in a few months, in a few years, technology changed. We came up with with online system that you can dial now 254 hash and get your balances. So the card was obsolete. So in effect, the card did exactly what it's supposed to do.
Let me ask you, sir.
Boss.
Let me ask you, sir. When online banking came, did ATM cards cease to exist?
Mr. Chairman, no. Actually, I have that card myself.
Can you show us that card?
Unfortunately, it's not here, but I was even issued a card.
What were the intended features of this card?
It was actually check the balances.
So why did you have to go to India to make this card?
I think it was for security purposes. That in Uganda at that time in 2014, there was no company able to do it. 2, the procurement process was open competition, and a successful firm was awarded.
Clarification?
Chair, when technology changes, it means you have added on new features. Online banking came, but that means the cards could avail the few features that you have provided for, isn't it? So do you want to tell me that your colleagues who said that the card failed totally were wrong?
Yes, they are wrong. True, they are wrong. It was just absolute.
No, wait, it is still working. For those who cannot go for online banking, they can use those cards, isn't it? No, I want to get a clarification.
Yes.
No, they are still functioning.
Yes, except
for those who want modern business,
approaches,
they
yes.
go on for the other one. But this one are working. No, it is on record.
Yes, it is actually, it was discontinued because they needed to integrate
No,
with
did you discontinue it or it is
we discontinued it.
But you said you have one and you didn't come with it.
Mr. Chairman, I said I was issued with the same card, and that's the honest truth, right?
So,
and at that time it was functioning. However, the technology got obsolete.
Now the card you went to print in India, you took. Do you have members here who went to India?
I was among them, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have any other member you see in the background who went to India?
I think there is Rona. I'm forgetting.
Where is Ronald? Rona? That is Rona?
Yes.
Okay, kindly give Rona a microphone. No, you can. There's one microphone on the table. There's a microphone on the table. Okay, Rona.
Chair, I would like to inform you that the committee that went for DD was Gerald Mugabe, Jethro Simon Kole, and Daniel Batajerezi was not among them.
Chair, she's just putting on a disclaimer that she was not among them. But my wonder, Chair, is the gentleman who's trying to give us answers is head procurement, true or false?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, but he's talking about technical issues, the performance. Why is he answering issues of performance and all that? But if that is true, if you decided to carry that cross, how many cards had you given out and what was the method of giving them out? Don't give it out because you said you know.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not an IT expert, but because I read the terms of reference of the scope, that's why I have some preliminary information. In terms of distribution, it was done by marketing, if I'm not mistaken, or business. I think business. Okay. 10 years ago is quite a reasonable time to forget some facts.
Maybe let me give you information.
Yes.
You actually recruited a team across the country to issue these cards. Is this true? Yes, the former MD is confirming here.
Yeah, that's correct. It's true. We hired some temporary staff to distribute it. But I think Geoffrey more information about it, just give the committee the information.
Who is Geoffrey?
The head of business.
Oh. Did you also travel?
No. Chair, I'm not a fan of traveling. but Chair, the information that is given so far on the card, the fact is that the card was simply a mistake. Probably it is something that we should never have done. Okay? So I mean, even at the time the idea of the card was conceived, it was not possible that any member of the fund would walk to an ATM of a bank to check their balance. Even by that time, mobile technology was already available. Today, every time an employer makes a contribution, members get an instant SMS to show their balance.
So who made the mistake?
I can say that management erred.
The entire management.
Chair, I would like to thank this gentleman for being truthful and saving our time. Because
actually, procurement, I don't know, maybe the honorable committee will decide, but personally, I'm still finding it hard to believe that this was not a scam. Because you fly to India to verify a card. The card comes with only your name and your number, which we can even do here. Second, you follow it with another failed project. Because these people in top management are fed these ideas by the people in the structures below. You come up with a point of sale machine. You say you are going to put it in the supermarkets. Where do you benchmark these ideas from to cost the saver losses? You put it in a supermarket, so a person goes to a supermarket, he sees his balance and he gets points to shop when he checks his balance. After about 2 months, you abandon the whole project. Where are the machines? Where are you keeping these machines? But what are you people doing? How did you procure these machines, first of all? How did you procure this? How much did the card cost?
Mr. Chairman, as my colleague has said, we take full responsibility that as a whole management, we took a wrong decision in terms of the card would do little compared to the needs of probably of the customers.
But did you have to fly to India to say a card with a name and a number?
It was a requirement for due diligence in terms of whether this firm is foreign, whether you can confirm that it really exists. You remember, Mr. Honorable Chair, the Katosi issues. This is a foreign company that we thought could not engage without verifying its presence, their financial capability to look at their original financial statements and also their legal composition. That we did. In terms of the cost, Mr. Chairman, it was estimated about 1.47 billion. In terms of US dollars, it was 547.
That is what?
870.
That's for the record.
That's the code for the card. The contract price that we have in our record is USD 547,870.
But the finance director has just confirmed 2.6 billion. Now you are confirming less. So where did the money go?
Mr. Chairman, maybe there could be either variation, but what we have is actually even its initial estimate.
So who is
not
lying
exceeding
now?
1.7 million. Sorry, 1.7 billion. That was initial estimate of this project.
You who procured, you say 1.7. The person in charge of finance is saying 2.6. Now who is lying to us?
Mr. Chairman, I'm speaking in respect to the amounts that we wrote off related to that card. So the total costs.
The loss?
Yes.
The total loss was 2.6
billion, yes. Yes, sir.
Chair, regarding the loss, my assumption is that during the procurement process for this card, there was a guarantee by the supplier. If this card did not meet the fitness for purpose test, just after a short time, then why didn't we reject this card and return to the supplier and claim our money back? What was the guarantee given to us by the supply of this card.
Supplementary?
Much as I agree with the total responsibility, but I'm back to the person who went to India. With the entire management that did not fly depended on your words, isn't it? How many days did you spend in India? There were many, eh?
I don't remember, Mr. Chairman. 10 years ago is quite a long time.
Okay, you don't remember. But when you came back, you briefed the entire management of how the card is going to perform, isn't it?
Can we have a copy of your report from India?
Mr. Chairman, you can avail it.
Okay. Now. We need it now. We're not going to go and make a report. In about 30 minutes, you should have that report in this committee.
Mr. Chairman, it is available.
You can send it now?
In about 30 minutes, we have to go back to office and pick it.
Okay. Not you can call. You have a large team.
Yes.
For the record, how much was each card costing? Just an individual card?
Remember the number.
How much did the machine cost?
Mr. Chairman, you can avail that information because whereas I have lump sum, sorry, the total sum, I don't have the rate because I don't remember the number of cards that we printed, right?
Honorable Massa.
We can get this information.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think I'll begin with the acting MD on his response 15 concerning the useful lay road. Your answer was the initial procurement was cancelled because, among others, the bid price was higher than available budget. Can you please give us the real reason as to why that contract didn't go through? Because that is, I believe you're trying to cover up something because best to our knowledge, PPDA came into effect and there were procurement issues, which I believe was the biggest cause of this, that this China railway construction company was wrongly awarded the contract. There were issues between management and the board in the awarding of the point system, whereby it had to favor one company in one of the stages. So can you please clarify on that? Because the reason you're giving here is more of a light reason compared to what we know.
I think it's question and answer, so you start answering.
Yeah, mine is question and answer.
Let me request question.
Thank you. So
you can submit it now as you respond. You can look at it since he's the one asking the question.
So, Mr. Chairman, it was noted that we tried to favor farm. The best awarded bidder, CRG, was the rightful farm to be awarded. We did both an internal evaluation, and again we did it with an independent evaluation report, an evaluation committee. We got the same results. So the contentious issue was whether we should, according to PPDA, whether we should negotiate with the lowest bidder in terms of price or negotiate with the best evaluated bidder. Management took a decision that it is inconsistent to negotiate a price.
Why I wanted the MD to clarify is because there was communication between the board, PPDA, and I think the deputy MD or the MD by then. That is why I need the points to come out clearly on what, because he has said the price was high. I wanted him just to state that the process was halted because of the issues concerning procurement. And PPD up to now, I believe it has still halted, and it has stood its ground that the process should be done again. So that is what I wanted the manager to come out clearly on.
I don't know how to summarize it, but I can say that yes, it is true the initial estimate of this project was 123 billion. The best awarded bidder was 185 billion. So the difference is quite significant, and the law does not allow us to proceed with such a procurement. So our estimate was wrong. Then the
the cancellation of the procurement process is true. It was because we didn't have enough provision for these funds. But we're also aware, Mr. Chairman, that in the same period, we also got a directive from the President that we should engage SMS Construction Company Limited. We got that information both from the Prime Minister and the Minister of Gender. So we went back to PPDA and say, what do we do? PPDA cleared us that we should start a new process. And for your information, Mr. Chairman and members, we have invited SMS Construction Company to submit a bid, which they submitted on 31st January.
Sent to transport to the wrong person. Here's how to reverse it with MTN Mobile Money. Dial *165#. Select My Account. Select Initiate Reversal. You will see your last 3 transactions. Select the transaction you want to reverse. Enter your mobile money PIN and you'll get an SMS confirmation that the transaction has been blocked from being withdrawn. And that's it. Please note, only transactions that haven't been withdrawn can be reversed.
It's true what people say, that when I wash and you wash your hands with soap, we'll have less infections as Ugandans. After all, it's hands that handle money. It's hands that feed us. Hands that prepare soil for farming. Hands that we use to learn. And hands that we use for fun.
When I wash and you wash hands with soap, it means clean hands for all.
Step aside because of age.
The information I want to give my honorable colleague is that actually Mr. Ayota
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Yes, I am older. And Honorable Masaba, that's not really a question I'm able to answer because I'm not an appointing, I don't appoint myself. So I think...
Franz Fanon said, each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. I know a man who, in fulfilling his life's mission, has raised the foundations of many generations.
With Kampala captured and the leader of the National Resistance Army, Yoweri Museveni, now president, their task is to move forward until they make contact with the UNLA troops.
Do you see the NRM as being naturally aligned to either the East or the West in particular?
No, we are aligned with Uganda and with Africa. This assumption of the Western countries or of some outside countries that we must either be for the East or for the West is actually racist, to say the least, because we have got our own interests, and these are the ones we are pushing. And if we have got allies, those who agree with us, as far as our interests are concerned, then they are our friends.
This week on UBC.
You or the belief that you can't give what you don't have. So what you put in is essentially what will come out.
To have our young women come out and do awesome things.
You have to value yourself. You need to know who you are. That way you know what you're taking and what's a no-no for you.
My love has come along. Dum, dum, dum. My lonely days are over. And life is like a song. Dum, 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 dum. At last,
The skies above are blue. My heart was wrapped up in clovers. The night I looked at you.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
We invest more in fixed income.
You've not got my question.
Yeah.
I'm saying, why do you keep investing more money? Not that you're investing in it much more than fixed income. Why do you keep buying more shares and more stocks in the equity than, I don't know if you got the point.
Yes, I do get it. The principle of effective risk management does not mean you avoid risk completely, because risk is the source of value. What is critical is how do you manage that risk. In a business, a business manages two things: risk and return. You have rightly said, where there is a high risk, there is a high return. So we can pursue a high risk as long as we are able to manage the risk and therefore reap a high return.
Okay, let me give an example of 1 year, the latest accounts that you have, that is 2022. How much return are you getting on equity?
I can't recollect, I'll ask my colleague in investment to tell us the rate.
Thank you, Chair. Last year, the equity return was minus 2.9 or 3%. But that might be a bit misleading because we know the markets, were down by almost 25%. So if the overall market is down by 25% or minus 25% and you're at minus 3%, you haven't done badly. But speaking to your earlier question of why should we deploy money in equities, yet they explain 89% of the risk. When we are modeling the strategic asset allocation, we look at expected returns and the expected risk of the asset classes. But then also, we are informed by our views on the future. Now, when you look at the performance of the fixed income asset class over the years, yes, it is true, the average return has been, or the average yield on the bonds has been around 14%, right? But we also know that that situation is never going to be there for the long haul. If you're looking at growth of the member fund, you have to look at the equities because we have economies that are growing fast. The companies that we invest in are performing way better than the overall economy. Now, the price on the stock exchange might not reflect the true value of that particular company. Before we invest in any company, we do a valuation and we compare our intrinsic value with the share price. Now, if it so happens that our intrinsic valuation is better than the price that is on the market, then that represents a good buy. And that one tends to speak for most of the equity holdings that we have. On the private equity,
I think you need to explain what an intrinsic value is. It's very technical.
Yeah, the intrinsic value, basically we forecast the future cash flows of that company based on the sector and the performance and the strategy, management team, and a couple of other factors. Then we try to discount them back to the present day, to the present day, based on a discounting factor, which is the risk-free rate, or basically the yield on a government instrument, together with a premium. Of course, we expect that to buy a stock, you should expect to get a return that is better than the yield that you can get on the bond. So if the yield today is 15 or 14%, when I'm when I'm doing a valuation for these companies, I'll expect a benchmark discounting factor of about 20% or 18% because I'm building a premium over and above what I can get on a government paper. like acting MD has said, it's a very technical exercise, but
we're still going on. Yeah, you can always chip in.
Yeah.
So when I look at your income, or the dividend income, you're getting 99 billion, according to the documents you submitted. Is that right?
Yes.
Then when you look, okay, because now we are looking at a portfolio of about
It's about 2 trillion.
1.6 according to the latest statistics. That's 1.6 trillion that you're putting at a risk of 89%, and now you're getting a return of 99 billion. Is that right?
No. The dividends represent they represent the income that you get. That is, if when companies declare dividends after they have released their financial year results, you get a dividend. But the return is a total return. It includes the dividends received and the movement on the share price. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that answer. So what is the movement on the stock market? Because when you look at the shares you've bought, the shares you've invested in, the fair value of the stock, to put it right, a fair value, if I bought this pen 10,000 today, and I'm to sell it tomorrow, perhaps minus the depreciation, it will go for maybe 5,000. So the fair value of this pen is 5,000. So the fair value of your stocks have lost by 230 billion. Is that right or not?
That is right. That is based on the market performance.
The cost at which you bought your shares, right now if you're to sell them, right now, according to your books, savers are losing out 230 billion. Is that right?
But I don't intend to sell because my intrinsic value...
No, I'm actually computing the value because this is used in computation of the total assets. The 17 trillion we are looking at. Because we could keep investing and we are using part of the profit and computing it, but when we are forgetting that these stocks are actually losing out, we'll reach at a stage where these stocks are worthless. Do you know that they could actually be negative? Whereby you have to sell off houses to pay, to pay and get back money. Are you aware of that?
And that one has been mitigated by the allocation to stocks or equities. But then I think it is also important the committee to understand some of the constraints that we consider when we are determining what to allocate to what. Today, according to the UBRA investment guidelines, the maximum you can deploy to government securities is 80%. Currently, we are at almost 78%. So you cannot deploy the entire 17.3 trillion into government securities, even if you like them so much.
Isn't that a discussion perhaps you could have initiated with UBRA?
That discussion is okay.
Because you may say your hands are tied, but when you see the mess we are getting into, and people out there might not see this, might not know how much actually you are losing out, but you're seeing it. And have you perhaps had an engagement with UBRA on this same issue?
That discussion is ongoing, but I also think it is important to correct the perception in equities. They are not bad. We invest them for the long term. There have been years where the return on equity has been 32% or 35%. When we gave 18% in 2018, the return on equity... When we gave 15% in 2018, the return on equities was 32%. The only thing that equities tend to be volatile, so 1 year they could go down by 20%. In a good year they could even give you 30%. So we like them. We believe that the intrinsic valuation of all our equity holdings that we have is way better than the market price, and we're happy to hold them.
I've brought out this issue of equities because we are buying stocks that are not listed, and we are investing like as if we don't care where we are investing. That is an issue. When you look at their performance, some of them over the years, they have not been doing good, and it seems you're okay, you're comfortable where you are, and you're just moving because he said they go and headhunt perhaps and go and look at where to invest. So perhaps this could give this committee an idea that maybe some of your members are conniving with some of these companies to put their money when they know that their stocks are actually going to lose out.
Mr. Chair, when we are buying stocks, the money doesn't go to the company. The money goes to the person holding the stock because the transaction is on the stock exchange. But again, for context, We only have 4 unlisted
yes,
out of the 31.
You said the money goes on the stock.
I said the money goes, if you're buying it on the secondary market, the money goes to the owner of that stock, not the issuer. It only goes to the issuer.
We do not send money direct. The money goes onto the stock. That's why. That's what I want you to explain.
Okay, let me explain. If it is an IPO, the money goes to the issuer. But if you're buying it on the secondary market, that is after the shares have begun trading, you're buying it from the owner of the stock.
So it is possible. Because you're just giving us two ways you can buy.
Yeah, but for the bulk of the investments that we make, we buy on the secondary market.
But it doesn't rule out what he's asking you.
Well, hypothetically, maybe, yeah.
Don't say hypothetically. Isn't there a possibility that you could collude with some of these companies and you perhaps get money or kickbacks in return for buying those stocks? Is there that possibility or not?
The stock exchange by the Capital Markets Authority, and the transaction is executed through a person who is authorized to transact on the stock exchange.
Are you saying you can bet your head that people can connive? Is that what you are saying? People cannot connive over this stock market and trading. You want to bet your head?
Mr. Chairman, I cannot claim to be an expert on connivance. so I don't think I can answer that question. Yeah.
Actually, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I think I need to come in at this stage. The issue of the stock market is so highly regulated. The penalties of any underdealings are so heavy that it's such a huge deterrent. If you look at the brokers, if you look at the companies that are licensed to trade, they are one of the biggest international firms in the financial world, and they would risk really losing their licenses, and that would be a major thing. So I would really like to say that because of that, because of the regulation in that market, it is very difficult to get involved in trading.
On that specific matter, Mr. Biarugawa, so when an investment like what we were asking, that bank is not on the stock, is it possible? Because now you are saying, yes, those that are listed, it's very hard, the implications are serious. But now what of those that you got involved in?
On the private equity market. Of course, anything is, even on those that are listed, it is possible, but
you are saying it's not possible.
No, I'm saying that there is the huge deterrents for companies. Like, a company would be risking its license. A company would be risking its entire existence if it were involved in corruption activities. That's why, if you look at our private equity book as well, the companies there are really well regulated. If you look at the PTA Bank, or the TDB Bank as it's called now, this is a company that is owned by the governments of the East Africa or COMESA region. So it is highly unlikely that you would expect it to be involved in issues like that. Definitely.
Chair, let's leave it at that. Finally, my final question still concerns your costs, your operating costs, because this is something that cuts across the board and management as well. Because last time I think the Deputy MD told us the cost of administering is at about 1.1%. But apart from it being at 1%, have you critically tried to analyze down here how the costs are?
Thank you very much. And this gives me an opportunity to really elaborate on one thing that's critical. I think in investments, or as a fund like this, if you just look at cost and not pay attention to value, you're missing one leg of the entire picture. So I'm going to just give you the numbers from our heads and to see. Last year, 2021, 2022, about 203 billion shillings total costs for the fund, regardless what you used it for, 203 billion shillings. When you look at the increase in the fund went from 15.6 trillion to 17.3 trillion, a growth of about 1.8 trillion shillings. So 200 billion shillings generated a value of 1.8 trillion shillings. That's almost 9 times. So, which means for each shilling you spent in total costs, you generate 9 times value. Now,
Mr. Ayota.
Yes.
What I'm trying to drive at is you're comparing the percentage to the increase of the fund. Yes, the fund is increasing. Right. And the fixed income is making profits, and the over 1 trillion is being added to your operating capital.
Correct.
Now I'm specifically looking at your operating costs.
I'm coming. I was actually coming to that. Also last year, our total cost, within the same period, the staff costs were 130 billion shillings. Staff costs, total staff costs, whether you pay them for leave, whether you pay them for meals, whatever it was. Which means for each shilling you spent on a staff member, you generate 13 times value. Now, when you compare that to our neighbor, because that is critical to do that, because on a standalone basis, it doesn't really make much. When you compare it to NSF Kenya, same period, total cost generated 5 times value. Staff cost generated 8 times value. What makes an NSF staff in Uganda productive that it gives a member 13 times value? The reason why that's important, because when we begin to analyze costs, is to say, what makes an NSF staff so motivated that it can generate more value for a staff? So the analysis of our cost is within that context. What will create value for a member taken in totality? So if you go and just say, okay, this cost is useless, without understanding that that cost actually is creating value for a member, we miss half the story. So yes, we do analyze.
Let me try now to make it quite simple. The worker's house, how much rent are you collecting?
Okay. Chair, we collect about 6 billion from workers' house.
You're collecting 6 billion per year from workers'
annually,
house? Annually. The most recent budget, how much? What is the expenditure on workers' house?
I think it is important for the committee to note that in addition to the rent, there is an extra levy that tenants pay, which is called service charge. Now, the service charge budget is about 2 billion a year, and actually our operational expenses for workers' house are around 2 billion. So most of the all of the operation expenses at workers' house are catered for by service charge. That service charge is audited, and I have 3 reports for the last 3 financial years.
According to what I have, I thought that surcharge is included in the rent, because rent alone, according to the audited accounts, it's 4.8 billion. So if you tell me 6, I would assume it's inclusive.
No, the 6 will include VAT. When we are preparing financial statements, VAT is excluded. So the 4.8 is because VAT has been excluded. The 6 includes the amount of VAT which has been invoiced.
So how much is the total income you're getting from workers' house?
4.8 excluding VAT. With VAT, 6 billion.
Net.
The 4.8 is
4.8.
net. That is as for
and how much are you spending on it? The costs associated to workers' house?
We spend 2 billion, but that 2 billion is paid out of service charge, which is the 2 billion.
Because, Chair, why I'm outlining that is because the figures here don't make sense. You're collecting 4.8 net, and then the expense, 6.7 billion, which is quite ridiculous to maintain that workers' house. So the cost of maintaining is much more or higher than even the rent you're getting.
Mr. Chair, allow me to table to the committee the audited accounts of service charge for the last 3 financial years for both workers' house and social security house. You will find from those reports, they are audited by KPMG, that we spend 2 billion a year at workers' house.
Yeah, I just wanted to supplement something. Maybe to clarify operation expenditure on the workers' house per annum, which you said is about 2 billion, isn't it? Yes. Is it constant throughout the years? And can you break down those operations? Because, for instance, if it is maintenance of the building, say you are painting and what have you, you do it how often? I want to know to see if that figure of 2 billion is consistent or not.
Maybe, if it is there, you give it to Honorable Bakavulini. As you respond to the questions, he looks at that and he can give us a supplementary question.
As we proceed with that, I found something that is quite irregular. I would call it irregular. Have you purchased new elevators for Workers' House?
Yes, we are.
You have?
Yes, we are. The process of installation is still ongoing.
Okay, because I've seen you've allocated money to purchase, and then again, somewhere else you're allocating money to maintain. So it does not make sense to maintain something you're just installing, because maintenance costs come with the depreciation. And so what do you have to say about that?
Yes, you're right, but in terms of the management of that contract, when this installation is completed, there has to be someone to maintain in the event of any emergencies. Of course, there will be a defects liability period, but we are mindful of the fact that even that one will come to an end. But you do not pay someone for maintenance if there has not been maintenance, and we do not expect to pay anything during the defects liability period. We are just being prudent.
Why I have brought that up?
Yes.
The figure for maintenance is constant. Yeah. It has been constant.
May I supplement,
Mr. Let me conclude. And in the other perhaps the previous financial accounts, you planned for purchase of new elevators. So I would expect if I buy a new car, I would expect to spend much more money maintaining that car than what I've been spending. I don't know if that makes logic. I would spend much less maintaining my new car than the amount I've been spending. But if the figure of maintenance is constant, and again, we've allocated money to buy new elevators, does it make sense to you?
Actually, I know the CFO will chip in on this particular one, but to give you a bit of context, it's not that the replacement of all the lifts will be done at one go. We stagger them, and we are quite conscious of safety. So you find that every 2 lifts probably take 4 months to be installed, but while that one is happening, we are using or relying on the old lifts, which still have to be maintained. It is only when the new lifts are fully in place and the defects liability period has been exhausted that we can then begin maintaining the new lifts. But I know the CFO wants to chip in.
No, you said exactly what I wanted to say, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I was giving an example of that, and you talked about the productivity of your staff. So I want us to go into the figures as well. How much annually do you think you're getting to spend on the staff at NSSF? Because that is critical.
The number at the end of 2022, June 20, was about 130 billion. That was staff.
On each staff?
On each staff.
How many staff do you have?
We have about 570 permanent, and then we have about fixed term contracts, say about 620, 640.
You have 670.
Okay, yeah.
670.
It's about that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So those on permanent, I think they're about 565. And then,
mm-hmm.
Okay. So what is the cost you're spending on each? Because the costs are quite high. You may not be noticing. We have, okay, leave alone, because I have the list of the salaries, we have the travels, we have the training. So I want you to compute for me on average, how much are you spending?
But that would be, first of all, you have a variance in salaries. That would not allow even me to say, compare my salary with, say, a driver. I mean, the best you think from an average perspective is take the 130 billion. I talked about that.
What is your salary?
565.
What?
So you have it there. Yes, I have it there.
I have it there. Actually, I believe perhaps you're afraid of mentioning your salary, but when I look at it, do you find it reasonably high, in your opinion, or it's...
But some information, colleague. Mr. Yota is avoiding the question of comparison in terms of numbers.
Yes.
Yet in your submission earlier, comparing with neighboring countries, you were using the same approach. Why can't you use it now?
No, actually, I was going to use it now. I mean, with the question, what's the average? The average, the simple average would be just take the total personal pay divided by 565, the 670. That would give us the average number, which would be easy. But my thing is, the variance is so high, you can take that average and do.
Yeah.
And the question you asked, which was interesting, was, do I think it is reasonable in terms of it is? I'm going to respond this one, also using averages.
Because, we are dealing with government entities, and actually, I have not seen any government entity, not even the governor of Bank of Uganda, getting these figures. I don't know if how are they arrived at?
I'm going to answer it like this, Honorable. If you went, NSF is a financial institution, pretty much. The same talent pool, the MD just talked about our IT resources, went to Stanbic. In other words...
Which MD are you referring to?
Oh, sorry. The former MD. My apologies. The former MD the former MD talked about our talent going to Stanbic. In this competitive environment, the people, the companies you're competing with for talent are the Stanbics, the centenary banks. Those are the guys you're competing with, which means that if you're going to keep higher, attract, retain, that's where you see your benchmarks in. What are those benchmarks? And by the way, just for information, when you do that, NSF is actually on the lower term of that.
Can I supplement a little bit? Because we normally benchmark staff costs on a very rigorous basis. Every single year, NSSF, like other employers in the country, we participate in employee remuneration survey, which is done independently by a South African multinational company. On the basis of the report, which we are more than happy to share with you, NSSF total remuneration for its staff, it's at what we call the 50th percentile, midpoint of the market. 50th percentile, you can define it as if you plot a particular job versus what the market pays for that job, there will be people who pay at different levels. So NSSF salary is usually at the midpoint. The majority of people who deliver top quartile performance, like NSSF does, which would be your, the Stanbics, all of them are paying in the upper quartile. So our board took a strategic decision, because we are an MDA, to position our remuneration at the 50th percentile. And that is somebody would argue that NSSF needs to position at a slightly higher level.
So according to your explanation, if an MD at Stanbic is getting 100 million, an MD at NSSF is getting 50 million. Is that right?
Not at all. What I'm saying is, if you have a pool of 10 MDs, there will be one who gets 3, another gets 4, 7, 8, 9, the highest is 10. The midpoint between 3, not the average, I hope we are together. There is the average of 3 and 10, what's the average would be a certain number, but you plot it on a scale. So what's the midpoint at which you can say that half of the market is paying less than this point, the other half is paying higher than this point. The NSSF pay philosophy is that we'll position it at the 50th percentile. So if you compare the salary of the NSSF MD and the salary of other MDs in the comparator group, there will be 50% more people paying more than his, and there will be 50% paying less than where we
Just
position.
clarification, when you are doing your benchmarking, You benchmark for MDs alone, about to other middle managers.
No, sorry, Honorable. I just use the MD as an example. We do the entire straight-up, from the lowest level employee up to the highest level.
Yes, on that, can you give us the report on this benchmarking and how it was done? Because
absolutely,
when according to your explanation, if the MD is getting maybe, okay, to put it in simple terms, is you've said out of 50, out of 100 people, your MD is mid.
Correct.
Is mid.
Yes.
So if your MD is getting 50 million, so out of 100 people, there are 50 more who are getting.
Can I correct on that? The 50th percentile is what is our pay philosophy. We benchmark at the midpoint.
I do understand very well percentiles and the 50th percentile.
Now within that midpoint, just to finish, within that midpoint, different individuals will be paid slightly higher or slightly lower. So if you do, and they said you're a statistician, so that 50th percentile will be the 100% where we aim our people to be. So there will be people who are at 102%, 110%, and there will be also people who are at 92% or 80%. So the anchor point is the 50th percentile, which is what is our 100%, but there will be people either slightly below or slightly. So if you look at our MD or CFO in particular, he could be anywhere in that range, maybe 102, 105% or 95 or something percent.
Yeah, you know, I brought up that issue because it computes, or it's part of the computation on the profit that our people out there are supposed to get. So the higher the operating cost, the more money you're getting as an MD, it impacts on what someone out there, saver, is going, the return that saver is going to get. That is why I was interested in this subject, because salaries alone I've seen about 64 billion. Then travel, 5.8 billion, welfare, 10 billion, staff training, 3 billion. So I guess you can add up and divide by the staff and see how much you're getting to spend on each staff. And apart from that, when I look at the management up to here, the 10 or 11, you're taking the lion's share because you are alone actually. When you look at someone getting 74 million, 65 million, 58, some. So when I compute what you're getting here, annually you're getting about, salaries alone over 6 billion. Over 6 billion. So when I compare with other departments that you're heading, it's quite huge, and that is why I was trying to raise this concern. I've tried.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, because this question keeps on coming many times, so if we are looking to recruit, let's start with what does our member want. Our member wants the highest return on their savings, isn't it? They want the fund's leadership to do whatever it takes so that if the member has saved 100,000, he gets the maximum return out of it, isn't it? So for us to be able to do that, it means we get to get the best talent available to make that come to reality, isn't it? So if you're looking, for example, for investment managers, you want to go to the market and get to compete for the best, isn't it? How do you compete for the best? A lot of it has to do with what do you have on the table, not just in terms of salary, but what are the other benefits that this person has. Because at the end of the day, the individual will want to exercise the right to choose who they accept employment with or not.
Head human resource. You have a human resource manual, don't you?
Yes, sir.
What is the qualification for your position?
For my position, you would need to have a degree in human resources management, a master's degree in the same, and 15 to 20 years.
Which you do have?
Which I certainly do have, yeah. You're looking like you're doubting.
We need to look at it.
Chair, I think I think I'll end there on that. But this
what
is something.
What did I do wrong for you to doubt that I have?
I think the honorable member is just curious. There are no ill intentions. Honorable Masaba,
I've closed up, but I think this is something that you need to put keen interest in. The cost, the administrative costs, they are quite high, and I was looking at the software. When you buy expensive software and all that, I expect economies of scale for you to perform much better, but I'm seeing the costs you're spending still, they're quite high each and every year. So this is perhaps something we'll need to build on much further. Thank you.
Honorable Gaffa, but before Honorable Gaffa comes in, Mr. Patrick Ayota, at the beginning I asked if you had met members of the COF2 Union and Dr. Lyomoki at Serena after the meeting we had here. Just for the record, can you kindly give me an answer one more time?
We met as a fund. We met the week before we had met NOTU. The week after we met COF2 at the Serena as a fund. It wasn't just me. When we met with the COF2, we even had NOTU, we had the chairman. When we met with the COF2, it was myself, head of marketing, and other staff that we actually went. So it was a meeting because...
So this meeting you had at Serena, you were with who?
With Barbara.
Where's Barbara? Were you in the meeting that happened at Serena recently? Yes. With COF2?
Yes, Chair, I was.
Okay. And what was the content of the discussion?
It was a stakeholder engagement meeting, and we discussed about the state of the fund. Their concern was their members were interested about safety of workers' savings. So we had to meet so that we explain to them that the funds are safe.
Is that all you discussed? Did you discuss about the 100 million?
Sorry, Chair, I had stepped out. I just walked in, so I missed the genesis of the question.
No, we're just wondering.
Are you referring to COF2 meeting,
COF2 meeting
or NOTU meeting?
COF2.
Okay, the first item on the agenda was actually a presentation by the acting managing director on the affairs at the fund, just to educate the members and give them comfort that their funds are safe. That was the other aspect. And then there were, of course, matters arising from the members present, and I cannot rule out the possibility of that question being asked because they asked very many questions about the fund's operations. But I think that question was mentioned as well, the 100 million. They must have talked about it.
Is it true that you discussed not to disclose any information, that you guided these members of COF to not to disclose any information regarding this money?
No, it's not true.
It's not true?
No. It isn't.
Well, we have 4 members we have called and interacted with, and luckily enough we have recorded. And I think we'll need also to extract the video footage of that meeting.
Okay.
But luckily enough, you have admitted you were there.
Yeah. Yes.
So there is no challenging information regarding the video evidence we are going to receive. You can see we don't have CID officers here today. You can wonder what assignment they are doing right now. Let's have Honorable Gaffa. I will play one of the recordings at the end.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've been ticking off the questions I had here. Most of the colleagues have exhausted them, so I have only 2 or 3. I will take the shortest time because I don't want to repeat what colleagues have already asked. All the questions on the investment have been asked by colleagues. HR, is it people and culture manager? Something like that. I think remuneration for board members also fall under you. Is it you or company secretary?
That is done under Secretariat Board, so we don't handle that.
So let me now direct to Company Secretary. Apart from the retainer fees or allowances you pay the board members, what other benefits do you give them? Financial and non-financial. Chair, my approach also is question and answer, so that is done quickly.
Honorable Chair, kindly give me a few seconds so I get my report, which was submitted to the committee, actually, but I'll get it so that...
I'm not interested in how much you pay, because that one you gave us. I'm talking about, apart from those allowances, what other benefits do you give them? Do you give them medical cover? Do you give them, do you also contribute NSSF for them? Those are the benefits I'm talking about.
Yes, Chair. Okay. Chair, Chair and members, I'll go through a summary of the remuneration terms, which are as follows, following revisions done. So we have the retainer, we have sitting allowance, we have gratuity, which is 15% of the total members' earnings paid at the end of 3 years. We have a foreign travel allowance. We have per diem, local subsistence per day, a warm clothing allowance. Chair, in addition, the board also has, this isn't complete. So there's recently approved a medical cover for board members who do not have any existing cover. Have I left out anything?
NSSF?
Oh yes, NSSF is deducted off eligible board members. So yes, for the eligible members, those not in government service and those not above the retirement age. And we have, sorry, Chair, I'm getting input. Yeah, no, I was coming to that last. So the fiduciary cover, which is for the whole board and management, which also covers professional indemnity. That's what it's called. That's what I was trying to recall. Professional indemnity cover. So those are the benefits.
Okay.
Chair.
Forget about all the other benefits. Now I want to focus on NSSF. Do board members earn salary or they get allowances?
Chair, they get allowances. Chair, they get allowances and a retainer. However, on the NSSF specifically, Chair, allow me request the CFO to respond to that particular aspect. Thank you.
Go ahead. How do we give board members NSSF contribution?
Thank you. It's statutory. I mean, if you are employed, is it 15 or 16 years and above?
Are the board members employed by NSSF?
In my layman's understanding, and I'm responding as a layman.
No.
So do we go by...
Council. I can see you're trying to interfere.
Mr. Chairman, I want to clarify in that the legal interpretation, let's leave it to, I'm not really an expert at law.
No, but she gave you the chance. Let's first hear what you have to say before she comes in.
Yes.
You are the one who sanctions the payments.
Yes, I sanction the pay. No, actually, she sanctions the payments. I make the payments.
Okay, you make the payments.
Yes.
Council, are board members of NSSF employees of NSSF?
Chair, no, they are not employees. They are not employees. And the reason I deferred the question to CFO is it's been historically done. I expected there was a response. In the absence of that response, I request that you allow us to go validate again the basis upon which the NSSF deductions are done. There is a reason, but I don't know the reason now, because they are not employees for sure.
Is it validation, or I thought you were going to cite the legal framework under which you do that? I thought there is a law or a policy or something like that within NSSF under which you pay members of the board, NSSF, under which you contribute savers money for them also to save in addition to the allowances you pay them.
Chair, I am unable to immediately avail the legal basis. I need to validate the same.
So if you are not able to provide a legal basis, would you agree with me that what you are doing is actually illegal?
CFO
yes,
is finally ready with
Mr. Honorable, sorry, very sorry.
It's okay.
Our tax expert has an opinion. If you give him a chance,
no problem,
to explain.
Go ahead.
Stephen Chikule, please. Microphone.
Finally, I get on. I think for the directors, we try and seek guidance from the Income Tax Act, which is one of the only law documents that describes who an employee is. And one of those sections, Section 2.2 of the Income Tax Act, actually lists the directorship of a company or of an entity as an employee. And because of that, I think we as finance treat them as employees, and I think the similar interpretation is extended to the NSSF. Thank you.
So I will ask again, are board members of NSSF employees of NSSF?
Chair, thanks to our expert, the tax expert,
but
for that.
Council, he was going to respond.
Oh,
yes.
Sorry, Honorable was looking at me.
No, let him finish.
According to the Income Tax Act, sir, my interpretation of it, I will put them there.
I am not challenging income tax. I know the allowances are supposed to be taxed. I am only concerned about the NSSF contribution. NSSF contribution is not a tax. Is it?
Honorable Gaffer, there is information from Honorable colleague.
Oh, yes, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Laura Kanushu. I'm a member of Parliament. I represent people with disabilities and a member of this committee. I want to believe that she must know the difference between do they earn a salary? And you did explain that they do not earn a salary, and you went through the allowances that they get. Now, from that point of view, the question is very simple. Legally, if a person is not an employee who receives a salary, are you supposed to be deducting NSSF for them? And the question is as simple as that. If somebody does not earn a salary, it means they are not employees, in my view. And as a lawyer, you must know that if somebody does not earn a salary, how do you then contribute to their NSSF? I think that's what the Honorable Gafawusa is trying to put across.
Further information.
Supplementary.
I believe they also have actually benefits. The same benefits these board members, like the permanent staff have. The family, the health care for the children and for the wives, everything is the same. So, Honorable Gafa, I just wanted to give information.
I wanted to supplement. Through you, Chair, and I want our colleagues to know I represent workers. And I would wish them to have whatever. But we are trying to guide you to do things according to the law. I'm so much surprised to see that a junior member or a manager, I don't know what is his title, is the interpreter of the law in a corporation like NSSF, where the corporate secretary, a lawyer, is. It's very funny. And you stand to interpret.
Supplementary.
No, wait. You start to interpret before the legal person who is supposed to interpret for the fund, and you say, according to the Income Tax Act, I was a minister. I had about 4 boards. And I don't remember board members getting salaries in the NSSF. We are trying to tell, if we are to make a good package for the board members, of which I'm a good advocate, because I want workers to benefit, then increase their sitting allowance and the others, so that you are within the law. We are trying to tell you what you are doing is illegal. And don't quote us the laws we passed here, we know them.
Some information I wanted to
Just
add.
for the record, we are not saying it is illegal yet, but want them to verify and clarify on its legality.
The Honorable colleague, Honorable Baka, was trying to doubt my sister Agnes's capacity. You trust her, but you're asking why a junior is supplementing, yet she should be the one to know. And Chair, you know, we have information, and I highlighted that information at the beginning, where the consultant that approved you was in conflict whether to approve you or one or Guang. Was that the reason?
Chair, with your permission, I would like to answer that question, because although the recruitment was done by the board through a consultant, in my position as the head of HR, I was the in-house key contact person. And on that basis, I would like to confirm that the outcome of the interview process reflected the consensus of the panel. I have got the original report from the interview panel.
Maybe we have a duplicate, but we seem to have both what you have and the earlier one that had different information.
Yes.
Had you received an earlier one before?
There were 2 or 3 reports that were issued, but at the final meeting, the final report, I do have the original signed copy of it. And as I said earlier on, the recommendations of that report is what is reflected in the final everything.
Can she respond? You asked her a question. You don't want her to respond?
She has not responded. She said she wants to verify.
Now that maybe she wants to show you that she knows what she's doing. Let her respond to the issue of NSSF board member.
Honorable Chair, I seek protection. I am actually already on record as having said no, they are not employees. I said that.
So should they legally be receiving? You show them that you know what you are doing.
Chair, my competence is not in doubt. Anyway, so as given the fact they are not employees, Honorable Chair, through you, it is clear they are not entitled to NSSF. And it's on that basis that I actually referred the question to CFO, because legally the position is clear.
She knows what she's doing.
So, and with due respect, Honorable Chair, the comments raised by Honorable Omes, of course I can't comment on those.
By Honorable?
Amos. Amos, yeah, because I'm the subject, I'm conflicted. I believe due process was followed, so I wouldn't comment on those.
So you accept that it is illegal?
From a legal basis, it's clear.
From a legal perspective, the board members are not supposed to get this NSSF contribution. Okay? So what are you going to verify? You said you are going to verify something.
Because it has historically been done at the fund, there must be a reason why, how it started.
So when do we
there must be a reason. That is what we need to go back and verify.
So if you find people historically were stealing, you go ahead and allow them to steal?
No. Honorable Chair, the starting point is we acknowledge there was a problem. There is a technical issue that has been put to management. We acknowledge. Which is the purpose of this? We acknowledge. But for purposes of how did it even start, even learning from history, if it's worth anything for purposes of guiding the way forward, maybe. But if there's no merit in looking into it, even that is okay.
Okay.
But now we acknowledge it is technically, legally wrong.
I don't know who should answer this.
Honorable Gaffer, you have someone giving information.
Sorry, I was not looking this way. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to do a follow-up question for the company secretary. You said it's a historical problem, right? How long have you been at NSSF?
Thank you, Chair. I've been at the fund around 3.5 years, and it's a practice I found at the fund.
And when you walked in as a company secretary and you've just admitted that it is illegal, deducting NSSF contributions to people who are not employees. Have you ever advised whoever you're supposed to advise regarding that illegality in the 3 years that you have been at NSSF?
No, Chair, that's the truth. It has never arisen with hindsight. In hindsight.
No, I mean, during the course of your work, it doesn't have to be, because you are the one who advises NSSF legally.
Yes.
So, for example, if anything is not going right legally, it is within your docket to advise NSSF and say, this practice is illegal, in my opinion, as the company secretary. And then they would give you their reasons why they're doing it, but you would be on record as having advised whoever is in charge. So this is the question I'm asking. When you walked in there, did you ever notice that there was an illegality taking place in regards to NSSF deductions?
No, particularly because of, well, no. Yes.
And so you've never advised?
On this, it has never arisen.
No, it doesn't have to arise. I'm saying you are supposed to see it because you are the legal eye of NSSF. This is what I'm saying. So when you walk in, you just don't sit and say, I'm waiting for people to raise illegalities. It's your eyes that see the illegalities within NSSF.
True.
So that means your eyes have not seen this illegality. And therefore you have not advised.
Chair, on this one, I accept I haven't advised.
Thank you very much.
That's what it is.
So, did this also happen to the money you paid them in lieu of the time the board members who resigned? Did you also do the same on the computation you made for the period they were supposed to be on the board?
Honorable Chair, I don't understand the question.
The two board members from, one from NOTU and from Federation of Employers, when they resigned from the board because of the issues we started with later when we started, you computed what they were supposed to have earned for the period of their term, and you paid them 624 million. Did you include the 10% contribution of NSSF for them also for that period?
Chair, I would request that we look at the computation, but specifically, with your permission, Chair, request former MD who is here to speak to the computation, because he handled that with another colleague. Thank you.
On this, finally, I don't know who should answer. For all the employers that contribute to the fund, Is there where we have a similar case? Where, because all these employers have boards, is there a similar case where we have board members being contributed to for NSSF? Or it is only NSSF board? Who should answer this question? I don't know if it is the company secretary. Maybe the MD.
The former MD.
Former MD. Do we have any other employer?
I believe, and they can verify it, I think we did actually deduct the NSSF, even for the members who are exiting, the board members. As for other board directors who work for other companies, I don't believe they pay NSSF, but maybe Geoffrey, head of business.
Thank you, Chair. So typically, we do not, in the course of our work, require directors to pay NSSF. If there are any that do, they would be doing so voluntarily, because we've got a provision under which even categories of people that are not required to contribute into the fund can choose to voluntarily do so, but for directors, you can't enforce. Thank you.
So do you agree with me that this money, because this is savers' money, should be recovered from them and paid back to the fund? MD, do you agree that we should recover this money and be paid back to the fund?
But he participated.
He should also be part of the recovery.
Weren't you part of that meeting? I have seen the minutes.
Yes, I was part of that meeting. But I don't know if you'll allow me really to talk about that meeting. It was a disastrous meeting, to be quite frank.
You can talk about it.
Yeah, it was a disastrous meeting in terms of corporate governance, because I personally did not agree that the minister needed to make these people leave the board. I think it was creating a crisis, and we mentioned it at the time. I remember being on the phone with the minister for 30 minutes, half an hour, basically saying this is going to bring the fund into disrepute. It's a crisis. So.
Okay. Head of HR. In the course of recruitment.
But before you go, Mr. Honorable Goff, Mr. Biargaba, you were on the phone, like I've said, with the minister, and you are not agreeing with the issue. But in the meeting, the minutes we have is that you all agreed, and this was sent to the minister, who signed a no objection to it.
Yes, I can explain that. The discussion was before the meeting eventually came. So the discussion I had with the minister was that this would create a crisis for us, a governance crisis, because suddenly we've got, as I mentioned in my submission to you a couple of days ago, I mentioned that this new law did not allow us to have a fully constituted board if one of the members is not present. Because in the old law you could have, the law said you could have either 8 members, between 8 and 10. But this particular one was very, very specific. There had to be 2 members of the employers, 4 members of the union, 2 members of government, and 1 independent, and 1 managing director. So it was very, very specific. So if you'd removed 1 individual, 2 individuals as was being suggested, it was going to create a crisis for us. The decisions we would make would be invalid.
That was not the question.
Yeah, so I'm actually coming to that. So the discussion I had with the minister was before she then formally called a meeting at the Ministry of Gender, at which she then presented this problem to the rest of the board. And it's at that meeting that then the decision was made that if we were to comply with what she required us to do, it would require that we then go back and we get 2 volunteers to be able to resign, so that these 2 volunteers would then leave and then would have to...
okay. So you are the ones who went and looked for the 2?
No, we didn't. It was pretty obvious where the two members would come from.
Why?
Because the members are provided by constituencies. So it was assumed that the constituency of Koftu was compliant because there was one gentleman and one lady. So the constituent of government couldn't be touched because they are statutorily required. So since there is no lady there, it was assumed that they wouldn't be touched.
But on that,
government
on the government representation, the PS Minister of Finance is represented by Ochailap, who is the deputy. Why didn't he Gobi himself come?
That matter did not arise because he had been appointed, I think, by the previous minister, and it was assumed that that was in compliance with the law at the time. So the only two places to look from was from the Federation of Uganda Employers, who had two gentlemen, and also the Notu Union, where there were two gentlemen. So that's because we were given a directive. I don't know if it's a directive, but we were told by the minister that we needed to at least have a third, and a third meant at least two other members.
Still, even on Notu and the Federation of Employers, how did you zero in to the specific members who resigned? That is Mr. Bamwesje of UCCA and Mr. Bahemuka of Notu. Because there were two gentlemen from Notu.
Yes.
But eventually, Mr. Bahemuka was the one who to resign. Why not the other one? There were two gentlemen from the Federation of Employers.
Yeah.
How did we zero in to Mr. Bamwesije and not the other one?
That matter.
Okay. So, Chair, to conclude that issue of the illegal payment, the illegal contribution for NSSF, you know, we are here to protect the interest of the savers. And happily to note that all of you seated here are actually savers. You should be interested in managing costs that reduce your savings. You all agree that it was illegal and this money should be recovered from them. Chair, I want this on record from them. Commitment that this money will be recovered from them. I don't know who makes that commitment. Before I can proceed. MD?
Just to avoid them from getting into trouble. I don't think they have the capacity.
Okay, Chair.
Legally, I don't think even within their mandate, they have the capacity to commit, but they can risk and proceed.
Chair will follow your guidance. We thank you.
Okay.
Chair, I just wanted to ask then who would have the capacity, because we are talking about an illegality that the board, which should be maybe the highest, decision-making body, has committed. So then who should make the decision? Who should make the commitment that Honorable Gaffa is asking for? We are talking about the board. They have been taking savers' money illegally. And we want them to come here and, so Managing Director, would you say they're the right people to come here and make that commitment?
If I'm to follow the chairman's guidance, I think...
No. They have asked you a direct question.
Yes, sir. I think when the facts are established as rightly pointed out, then the right thing to do is to recover.
Okay. So, in addition to recovery, we also need a commitment here now that henceforth this deduction must stop. This contribution from the month of February must stop because it is illegal. We cannot continue with an illegality that we all agree. MD?
I think, honorable member, my first answer holds because if you recover, that means there's an illegality. It can't continue.
No, you can recover, but you continue correcting.
No, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be fine.
Yeah, maybe, Chair, there is the, you know, we're trying to put sanity into the management. And when we talk about corporate governance, there are certain basic procedures that we need to follow. For instance, if tomorrow or yesterday or when I came and became a minister and I found there is a running board, I don't rush it at terminating it until it has finished. When I'm constituting a new one is when I follow the procedure. Even the law itself, as much as we are gender sensitive, was not mentioning about gender. So we were expecting it to come into a new board to be gender sensitive and put it there. You got my point? But this business of somebody who was on the floor of parliament and wanted the gender, so I go to the law. We don't repeal laws like that. And I think that is what you need to know as managers.
Okay. Head of human resource. When you are going to recruit new staff, the procedure is that the need is presented by the user department. The user department identifies some gaps and requests for recruitment. And that process goes on and is approved before you advertise. We have information. You can tell us what exactly happens. That when you advertise, people apply, you shortlist, you call people for interviews. The same head of department goes ahead to guide, to suggest the composition of the interviewing panel. What exactly happens? Is that true?
Maybe supplementary, colleague. You told us that the restructuring is about 98% complete. Which gaps are not yet filled? For example, I'll guide you. The voluntary head is not yet. And you remember the Mugerwa I told you who was and demoted. Why is that position not yet filled?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The recruitment process, I think you described it very well. The need has to be established, and there's a very clear approval process. Before we recruit in the fund, ultimately, for jobs of a certain level, has to be approved by MD through head of HR. Jobs of a certain level has to go through the board. It has to be approved by the board through head of HR and MD. So yes, head of department identifies the need, and before we start, that's what happens. When it comes to identifying the panel to interview, that's where we probably are not on the same page, because it has to be a joint effort between the Department of People and Culture and then the recruitment department. And the general guideline we have is that there will certainly be somebody from human resources in the panel always. There will be somebody representing the recruiting department always. There will be somebody, 2 people from the business. So we normally will take people from risk, we'll take people from audit and other parts of the business.
That is exactly what I'm saying. But who actually constitutes that team?
HR will propose, or People and Culture will propose, but we get the consensus with the recruiting department. So it's true, the head of department that's recruiting has an input to it. What's not entirely accurate is that they determine solely or independently who becomes on the panel.
You answer properly. Who determines the team? Who constitutes the team? There is a reason we are asking this, because we have information.
does it. But
you do it?
Yes, but I think if you say who constitutes, we lose it, because it's not a one department decision. There is a proposal originating from people and culture, but it has to be discussed with the recruiting department so that there is consensus. Nobody dictates to the other. There has to be some alignment. Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware? Maybe you are not. MD, are you aware that you have ghost workers in NSSF?
No, sir, I'm not.
If you are, I will not ask him. I want the MD, because yes, the overall.
Yeah.
How would you know that you don't have ghost workers?
Every month for each payroll, each head of department certifies on the payroll who is working their department. Now, unless I have reason to not believe, not to trust the head of department, that's when that would arise. But I've not had an occasion where that has been called into question.
Of course, ghost workers are created by heads of departments. Have you ever had a head count of all your staff in the fund? When did you do that?
No.
And where is the report?
No, we've not had a head count. We've not had that head count as it is, where all staffs assembled and you count them. We've not done that.
So in the case that you have never had a head count of all staff in the fund, are you beginning to believe what I am saying, that you have some ghost workers?
Sir, what I can say, I'm not aware of that.
Are you now beginning to suspect what I'm telling you?
Sir, I'm not aware of it. That doesn't mean it's not true, but I am not aware of that.
When acting MD,
yes, sir.
Have you ever heard that even in government bodies or departments, there are ghost workers?
Oh yeah, I've heard of ghost UPDF soldiers all over the place. So
and teachers.
And teachers, yes.
So it can be possible also to have ghost workers.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, that I'm not aware of that, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't be there. But I'm not.
So HR, do you have any administrative mechanism in place to guard against?
Sorry to interrupt, through you, Chair.
Yes, please.
Colleague, I wanted HR to answer the other question that I had tagged along the way so that we don't lose it.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So I'll answer the question from the Honorable Amos. Yeah, the issue of Mr. Mugerwa, Henry Travis, is an issue that we are very aware of, and then the issue of senior manager voluntary. So briefly, because I know we are now running out of time, when we did the new... Okay. I apologize, Honorable. Okay, when we did the restructuring, and I think you asked me earlier on what was the reasons for the restructuring. One of the key things was making us fit or ready for the new business environment.
Procedure, Chair.
Procedure?
Can he put the microphone closer so that can be heard well on the answer?
Thank you. Is that any better? Hopefully that's better. So, as I said earlier on, the rationale for the part of the reasons why we did the restructuring was to make the fund ready or position itself to succeed in the new business environment. And the key thing in the new business environment is that the voluntary space had opened up for us. Estimates are that we are probably having 4 or 5 million Ugandans who could potentially become members of the fund through a voluntary basis. So if you have a role which previously looked after voluntary members, say 30,000, 40,000, and all of a sudden you're going to have a role which is looking after potentially 5 million members, we also knew that the way to attract those 5 million members means NSSF has to offer to those people, the new members, potential members, new products which makes them choose to save with NSSF as opposed to saving with the various other schemes that are available. The decision at that point is that the kind of skills, the kind of experience, the kind of expertise you need to succeed in that new space is not what we had in-house. While Henry Travis was successful in the voluntary space as it was defined prior to the law coming into force, the new world in the new law, where you potentially talk about 5 million members, you are talking about ability to get new products that members want developed and delivered. The management decision at the time was that we probably need somebody of a different profile. It's more like a general manager type of role, somebody who is very adept with kind of like what insurance does, the kind of products it did. So the management decision at that point was that our colleague Henry wasn't the person who has all the skills that we needed. And that's the reason then, as I said earlier on, the guidance we got from the board was that the restructuring at NSSF was not meant for anyone to lose their job if they still wanted to work for the fund. So if the decision is that the current colleague can't do the job of the new senior manager voluntary, what other positions are available in the fund where his skills can be leveraged? Unfortunately, like it happened to many other people, the position where he could fit was a level or two lower than where he was. So a conversation between him and his line manager, with people and culture involved at some point, had to agree with him whether that's something he would be interested in doing or not. And the good news is he accepted the branch manager job. Because of his high level of skills, he did that job for 3 or 4 months. He got promoted already to a regional manager, now in charge of a number of other managers. And who knows, you know, other positions keep opening up, including the voluntary manager position, which we haven't resourced. There was a question here about 98% done. The gap between 98% and 100 is with the new expansive opening in the voluntary space. NSSF had to develop a new business model. What's the business model we need to put in place to ensure that we have resources spread across the country that can reach all those people? Whether it's association of border riders, association of market vendors, whether it's association, we need a new business model that enables us to reach those markets. Once we are clear about that, then we scope the job of the senior manager voluntary and we'll open the resource for it. If our colleague decides to throw his hat in the ring, transparent recruitment process will give him the chance to compete for it. If he comes out the best, so be it.
So, by the way, don't zero it on the colleague. What the committee is looking at is such cases like his. How many are they in the organization and how have they affected the performance of the human resource, in particular, bringing more savers and more funds on board? This is what we're examining. And that's why we are saying up to now that you have explained, yes, but does it reflect on the performance
of the organization?
Yes.
I think in terms of the organization performance, and my colleagues can add on to it as well, as a result of the restructuring, we have not seen a dip in organization performance in any of the sectors or any of the branches of our business. If anything, we are seeing the fund still performing better and better. No, we are now, True, I only used the colleague because that's the example you gave. I could say there will be a few more people who were impacted that way. But the comfort we have as an organization is that if 93% of your employees say the whole exercise has been handled very satisfactorily or satisfactorily, it gives a good feeling, because the global benchmark, and I know many people here know, is successful organization restructuring. If you hit between 75 to 80, that's considered the top quartile. If NSSF is able to get 93%, well, we feel good about it. But like a member of the board advised us the other day, we shouldn't lose sight of the other 7%. What are the reasons why they didn't say it was good? And that's the work that we are doing now.
My last question to you, HR manager, was in the absence of headcount for staff across the country, what administrative HR management mechanisms do you have to guard against ghost workers? Ghost workers, by the way, are not ghosts. They are human beings. But they are not there working. So what mechanism do you have in place to see that people in the field are actually there? They did not get jobs and go away, but you continue paying them because you don't do head count.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable. I think the most effective way for us to ensure that everybody who is on the payroll of NSSF is actually working and delivering for NSSF is our performance management system.
They do staff appraisals. They sign for them.
Yes. And the reason that makes it impossible for somebody to masquerade as working when they are not is because if we take an example of a branch like, say, Mbarara, okay, we have there somebody called the branch manager of Mbarara. That person's performance target is an amalgamation of the performance input of all the people who work under him. So if we know this person has 7 people in his branch, and every person, a stretch target means you should deliver 350 million, whatever, multiply that by 7. If that branch manager, in his wisdom or lack of, decides to work with only 4 people and allows the other 3 to be ghost workers, our expectation and demand of him is deliver 350 times 7. So his salary increase, his bonus, his growth all depends on how well he delivers his targets. So it's going to be very hard for us to do that count. But if a manager knows I've been given this number of resources, 4 to work with, and the target I'm being held accountable for is in line with the numbers that I have, the expectation is that he will push his people to do the best. But that's also supplemented by the fact that regularly, this gentleman next to me, my colleague Geoffrey, as head of commercial, he does his branch visits, and part of what we do, HR does that a lot, the regional managers do that. Part of what we do is, yes, you meet the staff in the branch. We know who are the people in the branch. You meet the staff in the branch. We engage in terms of their work challenges, their issues. Somebody who has been a ghost worker will unlikely be able to raise practical issues that are facing on the ground. And the final one is what Patrick, acting MD, says. Before we approve payroll every month, each head of department physically signs to say, I, Stevens Mwanje, I confirm that the people in this are in my department.
Yeah,
maybe there are other things we can do. We are here to learn.
Just like the field commanders would sign when they were having ghost soldiers.
Honorable, we are here to learn.
Lastly,
thoughts, please help us.
Lastly, on my side for now, acting MD will decide who answers this. I don't know whether it is part of corporate social responsibility. There is this call for applications about the NSSF High Innovator Women Accelerator. Would you want to talk about it and what it is and the money allocated to it and the benefit to the savers?
Thank you, sir. It is one of these programs that I think, as a fund, we're actually proud of. Let me do a trajectory just from when you look at the fund. The fund grows in mainly two ways. Organic growth. As we invest, we spend the money, the net growth of the fund will increase the size of the fund. The second place of growth of the fund is contributions, increased contributions. Increased contributions come from two sources. One, your current employees or current members are getting higher salaries. That should translate into more contributions coming to the fund. Unfortunately, when you look at globally, Uganda inclusive, your big companies are not employing or hiring more people. What they're doing basically is when somebody leaves because of automation, innovation, they get that person's job and redistribute the job. But they don't redistribute the salary that guy had. So when we track the trajectory coming from salary increments, that number is declining over the years. The last part of contribution are new members coming in. As a country, we are not creating enough jobs. That's why we've got, let's say that we have 600,000 students coming out of the universities, but only about 90,000 get employed. So as a country, we're not creating enough jobs. Which means if you really look and be very careful, over the years, NSF is growing, but it's growing at a decreasing rate. So if you extrapolate that into 15 years, the fund could actually die if we don't do something. So then, about 2 years ago, we said, let's experiment and see, can we help this country by intervening in creating jobs? And that was born what was called the High Innovator. We borrowed a bit of a model that was used out in the USA. If you look at how jobs are created in this ecosystem, people have ideas, wonderful ideas, then pilot that idea to find out if it's working. There's a pilot stage. If the idea is working, they try to commercialize the idea. Will somebody actually buy this idea, or this product, or this service? That's a commercial stage. When all those three are lined up, it is scaled. So that they scale it up. So that at that point, they can actually do what? They can actually work through that process. 4 of those processes, if you follow it today in Uganda, the scaling has enough money. The banks are waiting for you, you have some experience, whatever it is. If you're big, they're even begging to lend you money. If you look at the commercial area, there's some little money, private equity, venture capitalism. You won't believe it, in the idea creation stage, there are enough resources. Kampala alone has about 28 business hubs. If you have an idea in Kampala today, you can go to a business hub, innovation village, Stanbic Innovation, and have that idea basically refined. Where ideas die is in the pilot. Nobody is putting an idea. So all the wonderful ideas our young people come through die because nobody is even investing in them. So we said, let's see if we can get involved in that. Fortunately enough, as we think about Masakari Foundation came, and Masakari Foundation has got this aim of creating 3 million jobs over the next 10 years in Uganda. And because we had the same idea of creating jobs, we merged. And they gave us a challenge. They said, okay, if NSF can commit $1 million a year for the next 5 years, we'll match it. Went back to the board, said, yeah, let's do so. That program was created. And the idea is to put up to $20,000, 75 million shillings, in a Ugandan startup. To give them a chance so that idea does not die. Half of it is funded by Massacre Foundation, half of it by NSF. And we work through that process. Our first startup that we funded was in Feb, yes.
Just a quick one. Do you have an MOU with Massacre Foundation?
Yes, sir.
For this?
Yes, we do.
Would you like to share that MOU?
Yeah, we'll share it with you. We'll share it with you. No problem. Yeah. So our first cohort that we funded was February 2022. And 27 of them, our pilot was 5, so by the time we funded those, we were 32. We now pre-qualified another 78 in November. that now they're going through a due diligence for funding. Just between the 105 startups, according to Mastercard, we've created about 55,000 direct and indirect jobs. We've got, I think, out of that 2,600 who came from the 27 startups who are now become members of the fund. I think there are about almost 200 who have become members of the fund, contributed 90 million shillings. So the initial intent of what we wanted to do actually is working per month. So the idea is for us to fund 500 over the next 5 years so that we can help with the jobs. Now we know that when you look at the success rates of businesses in the country, it's only about 10% that survive. So if we fund 500 and 50 survive and they become your MTNs and they become your UBLs and they become your, then we've created a future for this country and for NSSF, because that's then where our membership comes from. So that basically is it. So we are running a new cohort, because what we found out is we didn't have enough women participating in the first 2 cohorts. So we're running a special class now for women cohort, and we hope we'll fund about 100 of them. It's a very competitive, transparent. There's a class, online class, all of them have to go through it, and when they come through that, they make pitches before a panel of very, very eminent business people in Kampala. And those guys then shortlist those businesses that have the potential to succeed. That's the program, sir.
That sounds a great idea. Please share that MOU with the Mastercard Foundation. And
we will, sir.
Actually, it's the Mastercard, Centenary, and Centenary Bank. Is it the one where you have that has $10 million US?
No, that's just Mastercard and us. Mastercard has gone into partnership with different entities.
So which one are you involved in with the Centenary Bank?
No, the smart card, that's different from...
The smart card?
That's from High Innovator, yes.
The smart card was $10 million US?
No. The smart card partnership is between NSSF, Visa, and Centenary. And Barbara, how much is that?
Thank you. Chair, there is the historical smart card which was discontinued, and then there is the new smart card that we are talking about. Bank, and then of course partnering also with Visa.
How
so
much?
for that project we have free cards, we have a free integration. All we are doing is support in terms of marketing. So we are not spending on that project. The card is free, the technology is free.
Yeah, that's where I end for now. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Kakembo, then...
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will beg for your indulgence to apologize for coming in late. Honorable Chair, I had another parliamentary assignment. We are concluding on the sports bill, and I'm a member of the Education and Sports Committee, so that's where we are. And probably for dressing inappropriately for this kind of engagement, I've been caught up in the middle of many activities of Parliament. For record, I am Salongo Kakembo Mikaeli Mbote Kamwa. I'm a member of Parliament representing the people of Entebbe Municipality, and I'm a member of this committee. I want to thank the team for the responses. I have identified a few gaps, especially in question 22. Question 22 was about the legal framework and the policy governing any donation in this fund. In your response, you brought the idea of corporate social responsibility policy, and I need to know a little more about this corporate social responsibility guideline, and as far as the threshold when appropriating. Honorable Mr. Director, MD, Mr. Yota, the committee will want to know what is the limit when you're appropriating money for social corporate responsibility.
There's not an upper limit. We use the word reasonableness. And the reason why I will say that, if you recall when COVID hit, one of the things that we tried to help the country do was, because at that point, there was too much uncertainty in the country regarding COVID, test kits were not available, and there were a lot of things. I think the fund spent about 300 or 400 million shillings, that was it? 400 million shillings. It was about 400 million shillings for that purpose. But most of them tend to be a bit small, 50, 100 is a bit stretched. But so it's you use reasonable based on what the use is supposed to be.
Great, you have used the word reasonable.
Yes.
This fund is a savers fund. It's not like any other government entity or any corporate.
Yes.
We try as much as possible to minimize the costs. In your budget 2020-23, you appropriated 1.8 billion for corporate social responsibility. What was your justification for all this huge amount of money on this? Was 1.8 reasonable enough, according to you?
I will maybe also ask the head of marketing to come through. But we have a number of things that we cannot drive. For example, the National Blood Drive. We've got something we do with the schools, with the KCCA. We've got then some medical things that we do. By the time we come up with that number, because when you're setting up this policy, it serves a certain purpose.
In a year, and probably once, isn't it?
No. Some of this actually are kind of continuous, like the blood drive is continuous.
The reason why I asked this threshold, because corporate social responsibility, we have so many issues in this society.
Yes.
It's not that NSS will do each and everything.
Yes.
You must have remit.
Yes.
As far as corporate social responsibility is concerned.
Yes.
So I wanted to know the threshold for NSSF, because like you are the UN of this Uganda, you can do anything. This is savers money you are putting at, giving it to anybody. You must have the threshold, and you shouldn't go beyond that.
And that's why I use the word, because when requests come, they come for different things. And sometimes somebody asks for 100 million shillings, you only give them 50.
Can we have a look at the policy?
Just fine.
Because the policy will help us understand.
Okay.
Some clarification on that.
Yes.
You're saying when they come and put requests, you give money depending on their requests. I thought the budget for social corporate responsibility is approved prior to the distributions.
The overall budget is approved.
The overall budget,
yes,
is
approved. But the implementation of that.
No, we are talking about the overall budget. I think what he was asking, how do you determine that figure of the 1 billion,
1.8 billion?
Okay. What that budget will be? Remember, the budgets are coming from a user department. They come up with then. These are the activities, or this way one think the needs are, which will help advance the fund's objective this coming year.
No.
Yes.
Mr. Director,
yeah.
You don't understand the corporate social responsibility. Probably Mr. Richard Biarugaba can help us. I remember you were at the airport one time, and the Nairo Bank, some big time. I joined the Barclays Bank when you had already, gone into NSSF. You know what they call corporate social responsibility for corporate. What was the minimum budget for that sector?
I can't recall the actual numbers, but obviously the numbers were not that great. But
1.5 is it reasonable according to you?
To be quite frank, I would like my colleagues, because there is dynamics, of course, following my not renewed contract. So there is dynamics. That corporate social responsibility was based on the pressure we got from the board and from the ministry and from the unions. I can say that without a matter of a shadow of a doubt. So if you look at the previous years, our corporate social responsibility were very small amounts, very, very small amounts. But this year, we had pressure from the board, we had pressure from the minister, we had pressure from the unions, to be able to increase that. In fact, I would like Barbara, who is head of corporate social responsibility, to actually look at the budget we had before and the budget we had this year and the allocations. Let's be honest about it. So Barbara.
You agree with me?
Yes.
That you abused it?
No, we didn't. Because we prepared the budget, but we hadn't spent on it. But certainly by the time I left, we hadn't paid any money on it. It is in the budget.
But it was budgeted.
And it was in the budget, but it doesn't mean we'll spend it.
It was approved.
The budget was approved,
with
and as I
1.8
said,
billion.
yes, because of the pressure that we received from the board, the pressure that we received from the minister, and the pressure we received from the unions. But let her talk about it.
Before she talks about it, I need to know, you want to tell this committee that there is too much political interference in the affairs of NSSF?
Recently.
Great. You, Barbara.
MD.
Thank you.
Barbara is answering.
Before Barbara comes on, when you say recently, that is something that is blank. Maybe you can give us a time frame when you talk of recently.
Recently, since we moved to gender.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Actually, within the department budget, which is for corporate social responsibility, we do have an allocation of 950 million shillings. And those are the initiatives that actually speak into what Patrick and Richard have talked about: education interventions, the blood drives, and Career Expo. So that 950 million is actually for the docket for corporate social responsibility. The additional budget, I think, which has been attached to that, which is not within the department's mandate to spend, I think, and not in view of the budget that I'm managing, I think is what Richard has referred to, which I think perhaps speaks to what he's saying.
Barbara,
but what I have is
Barbara.
950 million.
Barbara, you see, Mr. Richard,
yeah.
Of course, someone may say we are getting a conflicted view because of him and the minister and what we have been seeing. So maybe you can help us and confirm.
Yes, I'm confirming that the department budget for this financial year for corporate social responsibility is 950 million
And
shillings.
what was
it's
the
not
previous?
1.8.
What was the previous?
I need to get the budget for the previous year. It's 950 million.
So what she's saying is that the 950 would have been our ordinary. The difference between 950 and 1.8 is the pressure.
All right, the legal team. This money was approved, 1.8 billion. What happens to that money if it is not used? CSR, what happens to that money if it is not used?
Honorable Kakembo, can I take you back a bit, if you may allow?
I will allow, Honorable Chair.
Mr. Vyarugao, you have said 950 is what you are going to spend, is your ordinary budget. Is this so?
Yes. Sorry. Would have been our ordinary trend from the previous years.
So now you got political pressure to add, that is about twice?
Double it, yeah.
You got political pressure to double your corporate social responsibility funds?
Yes.
Did the pressure come from up the board? I thought at NSSF you have structures.
The pressure came from the board.
From the board?
Yes. In fact, is that gentleman here, our budget man? Can you please give me that breakdown?
No, he can speak, yes.
He can give it.
So this extra money that came from pressure, where was it going?
There's a breakdown for it, Mr. Chairman. I can give it to you.
No. Yes, the other.
Why are you pocketing, you man? Sorry. Sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the addition is the 800 from Union.
Why are you pocketing?
Sorry. I'm sorry, Chair. The addition is the 800 to the unions, meant to be for the unions.
To do corporate social responsibility?
Yes.
Sure. So are you telling us the political pressure made all of you make mistakes? Because if we find this money, I don't want to preempt, maybe, if we find this money was illegal, are you aware of the implications, regardless the political pressure, that all those who are involved in all the steps will be affected, positively or negatively?
Yes.
So you as the budget officer, what compelled you to make, okay, let me say if it was a mistake, what compelled you to make an illegal mistake?
Sorry, no, it's not necessarily illegal, but we were supposed to, because what Richard has said, we should then revamp or improve on that budget. Then the budget, we know that it's a plan. So when it comes to execution, depending on how the accounting officer determines whether that commitment should be done, will determine whether we spend or not.
So for you, who forced you? Because you are saying it was political pressure. Who forced you to double the figure? We want you to tell us exactly. Who gave you instruction, directives, that double this figure?
No, there was no directive to double the figure.
So you did it knowingly and you are under no pressure?
No, I wasn't under pressure.
Okay.
On my end.
Okay, that's all we wanted.
But
should it be gone on
Chair,
record?
on the same, you've talked of unions, but on the explanation here, there is the joint activities with Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. So you put it on record. Was there a percentage going to the Ministry of Gender, or all the addition was going to the unions?
No, there was there is no indication that there is a percentage. The partnerships, we group them. Now, depending on the request, where it will come from and what activity it's going to sponsor, the accounting officer will determine in his discretion whether we send it to whether labor, whether union, whether there was private sector foundation. It depends on, because we get so many requests and the accounting officer determines.
The 6 billion, did you budget for it?
No.
You did not?
Yeah.
You have never seen the request?
The request? No.
So you don't know about it?
No, okay, what I want to say that in the letter approving the budget, there was a request, but it's not that it was in the budget. That's why it's a request.
The request came to you specifically?
No.
To who?
To the chairman. The letter is addressed to the chairman.
To do what?
To implement several activities as laid down in the letter, Mr. Chairman.
What? By who? By who?
Sorry?
By who?
Okay, I'm not getting the question.
The activities of the 6 billion.
The request came to chairman. So because, the body chairman, because he's the head of the organization in that sense, and the budget is approved through him, then is, of course...
The point we are asking is,
yes,
where did it come from? Because
the letter is clear, it came from the minister.
So who was going to implement the activities detailed in the budget of 6 billion? Is it NSSF? Is it the unions? Is it the...
No, it's the organization. The letter is addressed to chairman, but of course he's approving NSSF budget.
Well, it's not clear, but we...
Just a minute. Why don't you read this? They may say I'm the source of this. You read your information. I don't know where you have got it from. Microphone.
So the breakdown I have is corporate social investment, minister 250, board chair 250, other board members 500.
500 what?
Million, sorry.
For corporate social responsibility.
Yes.
How are they first finish?
Then NOT2 400, COF2 400, which brings it to the 1.8.
First read that again for the record.
Minister 250.
Which minister?
Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development.
Mm-hmm.
Board chair 250. Other board members 500. 1 billion, that's a subtotal. And then advanced financial literacy programs for the union. NOT2 400, 1 million per quarter. COF2 100 per quarter, 400, which is the 800.
Further clarification.
Clarification, then we bring the budget officer back.
What is the former MD reading? Is it the work plan, the breakdown?
What is that?
That's
the
breakdown of the corporate social responsibility I talked about.
Ah, okay.
The 1.8 billion you're asking about.
Mr. Richard Vavagava, under the breakdown, you have read about the chairperson of the board. Since when has the chairperson been involved in corporate social responsibility of himself, not NSSF?
No, it wasn't of himself. This was meant to be a budget allocated to them in case there were corporate social resposibility
as the chairman of the board
activities
of the chairman.
Yes,
as the chairman of the board.
If the chairman saw some activities, because the chairman is out representing NSSF, he might come and ask NSSF to make a contribution somewhere.
So you gave them money to donate?
Yeah, we put money in the budget for, but as I said, this was the first time we were doing it, right? And I told you that this came during this time after the change in leadership, and it was because of the pressure that we got.
So the budget officer needs first confirm this. We need to confirm the
budget officer and the legal officer will help us understand his role.
Budget officer. Explain your corporate social responsibility budget.
Sorry?
Can you kindly explain the breakdown of your CSR budget? As he checks whether it was political pressure or not, whoever approved something that was illegal is also going to be liable. So even you, Mr. Byarugaba, you are going to be held, whether it was what kind of political pressure. If the committee thinks this was illegal or misusing savers' money, then everyone who was involved from the first step to the last, up to the person who benefited, is going to be held liable. Explain your budget.
Chair, it is, sorry, I'm very sorry. Yeah, it is a provision of 1.8 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
How are you going to spend the 1.8?
At the discretion of the accounting officer, when a request comes through, it is processed.
So it is Mr. Richard who told you to approve 1.8.
He doesn't. I don't approve any budget as such.
Okay, but what do you do? What is your function? Do you just see a paper and send it forward?
No, of course, it came through in his budget, as in we do departmental budget. So, but I didn't have like a clear breakdown.
So he gave you a figure. He didn't tell you how it was going to be broken down.
Yes.
Mr. Richard. Wow. Are you making?
No, I think he has that breakdown. Okay. He has, because this is a figure from, this is their budget. This is their budget slide I've just shown you.
Do you initiate budgets?
No, I don't initiate budgets.
Who initiates the CSR budget?
CSR budgets are initiated by all the departments because CSR comes from everywhere.
So who initiated this one?
That came from the board.
Can the board initiate a budget?
Yes, because they requested us to put the CSR budget. Because ordinarily,
they may request you, but want something that proves that this allocation came from the board.
It was in the board meeting that they asked us to put it in there.
And the figure was stated in the board meeting?
We actually started off with a lower figure and we eventually ended up pushing it up to that figure.
Chair. Honorable Gafa, then Honorable Kayemba. We're coming back to you.
I want to approach the CSR issue from the end point. When the staff of NSSF were introducing themselves, I had people introduce themselves from finance in charge of accountabilities.
Actually, get the book, the attendance book.
Someone in charge of accountabilities. I just want to ask this one. Who is in charge of accountabilities in NSSF? Me, I want to approach it from the end point. How is this money spent on corporate social responsibility accounted for? Let me begin it from there. Head of finance, how is it accounted for?
Don't go to the head. No.
No, I'm asking him to get the person in charge of accountability.
There is a financial accountant, Wilbrod Ntawiha. Where is he?
Wilbrod,
kindly get us a microphone.
Stand up and get a microphone. You know, if we cannot...
Mr. Chairman, Wilbrod is an analyst.
Sorry?
Is an analyst. So
there is a financial accountant. Is Linda Joan? Are you a financial accountant? Okay.
Yes, Linda, stand up. You go through accountabilities of all activities. Yes or no?
Of what? Yes, of the accountability that have been made, yes.
Yes. So, and all monies out of NSSF have to be accounted for.
Yes.
So, how is money spent on corporate social responsibility accounted for?
It is currently not being accounted for.
It is not accounted for.
Currently.
You just ask, has it ever been accounted for?
Have you ever received any accountability on corporate social? But she said it has not been accounted
Just for the record, ask her, has it?
Have you ever received any? Has this money on social corporate responsibility ever been accounted for?
I'm seeing a gentleman seated behind there at the suit.
We are going to give him the microphone.
I don't know why he's interfering. Perhaps let him also stand up.
Maybe Linda, you come here. The gentleman will be next. You can come and stand. He'll be next. It seems he has information.
Yes, Madam Linda.
Yes.
Money issued, paid out for corporate social responsibility. Has it ever been accounted for by anybody?
Okay, I'm going to answer based on my Yeah.
Just be honest.
I'm going to answer based on my tenure, my current tenure.
How long have you been there?
I've been there for 10 months now.
Yes, some money was issued in those 10 months.
Yes. So I'm answering based on the 10 months I've been there. I've not yet seen any accountability for CSR.
Pius, are you ready?
First,
Yes.
how is this money accounted for? Corporate social responsibility. And we are talking about billions. Hundreds of millions, billions.
I think I'll refer to the responses that our acting managing director gave in the morning regarding the same, that as it is now, there's no requirement for activity reports from the monies advanced for corporate social responsibility.
So the money is just given to people to go and do whatever they want to do. You don't care what it has done. And this is savers' money, including your money, because you're also a saver.
I do care only that there has not been a requirement requiring them to provide activity reports.
Clarification. Finance, how much have you spent on CSR in the past, let's say 5 years?
Yeah, 5 years.
5 years.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, you just have to give us a time to compute that. I don't have a figure over it because...
Do you have the figure? I see someone putting... You have the figure?
Chair, point of clarification. There is the donations budget, which is which actually is the one that is not accounted for. However, the budget for corporate social responsibility, which caters for activities like the run, the hash run, the education interventions, the blood drive, there are reports for those activities. Actually, just taking, for example, the run alone, we've been able to renovate several public schools across the regions, and these reports are available, and accountability is actually given. So what is being referred to are the budgets pertaining to donations.
And what was the budget for this financial year, for donations?
For donations, that is the budget that Richard was referring to as 1.8. That sits within the different docket.
So you put a budget of 1.8 for people to donate using savers' money?
Chair, I cannot confidently talk about that budget.
You have just said, wait, when I'm speaking, you switch off the microphone. You have just said that one they can't account, they don't account for it. Is this true?
It is true that the donation, however, it wasn't always in that magnitude. The 1.8, the donations budget sits under stakeholder engagements vault within the DMD's docket. But it was not usually in that magnitude of 1.8 billion.
Honorable Kayemba, then we'll go back to the person who was asking the questions.
Thank you, Chair. My question goes to Mr. Richard. How did that political pressure come? Did it come through a phone call? Was it writing? Or someone came on a border? Secondly, the donations. Whom do they donate to? Who is donating? Is it necessary for the person? Who exactly?
All right, I'll answer both questions actually. As Barbara has said, as I have intimated, this is a new phenomenon. It happened to us during this particular year. And me, actually, I thank the Lord that we are here, because all of our things have now come up in the open. Because we had an issue. We definitely had an issue because we had a new board and a new minister, and unfortunately, that's when all the problems began to start, especially on these donations. So this is a new phenomenon. Mr. Chairman, they will demonstrate to you, because they have the data, I don't have the data, that in the past, donations were very small amounts. 10 million, 20 million, all right? for good causes, very good causes, because you are an institution, we are part of society. We cannot be there and say we cannot donate, okay? So people would even, the donations would come, the requests would come from branches, right? I know that all our branches, if they have a cause in their district, they will come because the branch manager goes, he is one of the eminent members of society, he goes to a function where they're fundraising for maybe a school, maybe they are fundraising for whatever, and he will say, Mr. Managing Director, can we make a donation of 10 million shillings on behalf of NSSL? And then we'll approve it through the process, and there's approval for that. So those donations were not a problem in the past. Never have been a problem. They were not big, all right? In fact, if you look at the budget, she mentioned that it was meant to be 950, but before that it was probably lower. And we can break down how many of those people would get this thing. So that was not a problem, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the problem came this year, this financial year, when we had a new board and a new minister, and there was a lot of pressure. And they asked that they needed, you can even see we changed the word from donation to corporate social investment. A new phenomenon, all right? Corporate social investment. And what was it? The board said that they need to make donations as an investment for stakeholder engagement. And you've heard that word so much. So that's why we were then told that that we needed to raise that budget of at least whatever it was, and that's how it came up.
But Mr. Richard, you are now blaming the board.
No, I'm not blaming the board.
For putting you on pressure, together with the minister. Is this what you are saying?
Because if I had said no, which I did, all right, and you know why we are here, because I said no, that's why I'm here, it would have been worse. So you already know that.
But,
so yes.
But you are the same person who thought this board was very good, and you wrote to the Honorable Minister to increase their salaries, or whatever you call it, from 7 million to 30 million. Were you also under pressure to write a letter to ask
yes.
for? So they also put you under pressure to
definitely
write and increase their salaries from 7 to 30?
Definitely.
Were you on gunpoint?
No, it wasn't, but it is pressure. Well, you want the truth? That's the truth. I would not have done it. Ordinarily, my profession, I know that boards are remunerated based on benchmarking. And that's what we did all the time. But unfortunately, when this board came, they had different ideas about remuneration. And I eventually had to.
Honorable Chair, first of all, I think Mr. Biaruhanga has not answered. Biarugava, I'm sorry. What the Honorable Solo Kayemba asked. When you say pressure, we need to understand what you mean by that. Is it letters written to you consistently? Is it someone giving you a phone call and saying, if you don't do this, ABCD will happen? Please define pressure. Secondly, before you switch on the microphone, when you say that in the past, it was little money, 10 million, 10 what? Again, the issue is whether it is 200 shillings, the coin. It is savers' money. It must be accounted for. And one of your officers just said, you have never accounted for donations. So, where do you get that from, that donations are not supposed to be accounted for? Because even in the NGO world, when a Muzungu gives you their money, you account up to the last coin. So we're not, while we are talking about the sudden increment to the billion, but even the 10 billion when you have been in office, which you think is too little, therefore it should not be accounted. This is what people just say. This is what people are telling us, that, you know, it was small, so therefore accountability. Because you have not told us, or you have not given us proof that even when you are still giving the small amounts where you didn't have pressure, you actually accounted for those monies that you call little. So the problem of accountability is also not a question of pressure. It is a practice
that you people have not been accounting for money that you donate for, whether you want to call it donations or corporate social responsibility. And for us, that's our point. How, and this is the question that the member asked, how do you account for the money that you give for corporate social responsibility or even for donations, as you want to call it?
You know, the issue of accountability, probably we are not understanding it the same way. For instance, if you give 10 million to Buganda Road Primary School as a donation, they are doing renovation. There must be someone at Buganda Road who receives this money, and he gives you an acknowledgement receipt.
Oh, sorry.
And then the person who has delivered the money from NSSF receives this acknowledgement and brings it back to NSSF. For me, that is accountability. In the absence of all of this, then I will not be sure, and I will challenge the internal auditor whether this money actually went to Buganda by Mr. Byarugaba in the pretext of donations. This is what we are talking about.
That's very clear now. Thank you so much for that. No, I can confirm that where we make donations, we receive an acknowledgement from the companies, from the institutions. In fact, one of the big work we do is we work with the Rotary Club, all right, where we donate money for their causes, and that money is receipted for and is accounted for. So I think that one we can confirm, guys, not so? We can confirm that. So yes, the accountability is there for donations, if that's the accountability.
I just gave that as an example. Now let's go, for example, the 100 million you gave to NOTU and to COF2.
Yes.
For activities for which you are not part of.
Yes.
And you call it corporate social responsibility.
No, actually that's meant to be accounted for, Mr. Chairman.
And it has not been accounted for.
Accounted for by the time I left here. That's true. But those ones where the activities that are jointly done, even the activities where we, for example, like the run.
Mr. Byarugaba, corporate social responsibility, you are delegating most of your responsibilities now to the unions. If you are going to do an activity with the COF2, you are not going to deposit this money on their account. No, that's not how it is normally done. You partner, but you take full control of the activity. But in this case, you wired the money on their account, they withdrew it, and actually the Treasurer General has confirmed they have never accounted for any money. You have been giving them money. This is not the first time. You have been giving them money and they have never accounted for it. So let's not use language that is going to cause confusion. Say it as it is and we move. We don't have time.
And I am saying it as it is. With regard to the pressure, okay, I think that's the one where I would like to emphasize it. The pressure is in the meetings. I would like the company secretary to present the board meetings that we held in Mbale. There is a board meeting that we held at head office. There is a board meeting we held in Mbarara. And all those meetings, if you look at those minutes, the board was consistently talking about their remuneration. In fact, the first thing that the board dealt with when they joined is they wanted a pay rise. It was very unusual for a board to think about their pay rise before beginning to do the work. I found it unusual because, as I said, I had a lot of experience, but unfortunately it is there, right? If the corporation secretary can avail the records, it will show you that consistently the board was looking for ways and means of increasing their remuneration. They started off with the retainer. Fortunately, the minister did not approve it. We then went back and went back with a fairer method, which the minister then approved. Then we got to the issue of the corporate social responsibility, and the reason they said it is that they go to all these places and people ask them because they are...
You finish.
Because these people are important people from NSSF, they cannot go there and they do not have an opportunity to make donations on behalf of NSSF. So we said, fine, we will put an allocation for them in the budget, but that budget will only be utilized if and when there is a strong request for them. Because at the end of the day, this is not money that's going to go to them, it's going to go to a cause that they've identified. And that's the way we put it. Identify causes which have, which also will help the fund in terms of its standing in society. So if you go there and they call you in a meeting, then you can make that donations. And I think we have received a couple of those from members of the board.
Maybe let their corporation secretary guide us.
Yes.
Under what legal framework are you giving donations using savers funds and donations that are not accounted for?
Chair, like was stated in the response from management, the basis was the policy, which policy was passed by the board pursuant to their mandate as provided for in the NSSF Act. The issue of accountability, Chair, I think...
First, distance yourself from where you work. Now associate yourself with your profession and respond to the question I just asked.
Chair, I would refer to the Act, Section 4, which enables the board to pass policy, which is where the corporate social responsibility policy comes from. So that would be the background. The policy has been around for a while. Now, if you'll allow me also to comment on the issue of accountability, I think we've got our learnings really in terms of how it's been handled, the issue of lack of accountability. You've heard what everybody has said, the historical practice.
First, go back to Section 4, which you have just taken us to. 4.2. In performance of its functions and duties and in exercise of its powers, the board may do all lawful things. What we need to highlight there is lawful things, yes, that are necessary. Lawful. Now respond again to that question.
Yes, Chair. And lawful things would also include, I'm just building so on one of the roles of the board also includes establishing policies. It's a general function of the board. So in line with that mandate, there is a CSR policy, which is not unique to NSSF. Chair, you will agree, and members, CSR is not unique to NSSF. So that would be the context. And for all these years, that is how it has been.
CSR is, what was there is different from what has come. This one is, you said you call it corporate social investment? What did
Chair,
you call it?
as we speak now, like the former MD has said, the idea of corporate social investment is new nomenclature that has been adopted. The policy is yet to be amended to accommodate that new thinking. The policy still remains the CSR policy, subject to amendment to incorporate this new guidance that we are getting. Thank you, Chair.
Can a policy legalize this kind of expenditure?
No.
So now,
be your advice as the legal counsel for this fund. Your legal advice. If a policy cannot legalize an illegality, what would be your comment in advising the board and the executive directors and others, you as the corporation secretary?
My guidance would be for us to quickly get in line where errors have been made. like this breakdown, it's new. So there's been a lot, obviously, of lack of transparency, I think I must say. I'm hearing about these allocations for the first time today, Chair. So if I was to advise, it's clear that there was a problem. So we all need to go back to the drawing board and clean up.
Okay.
Do you,
Honorable Kakembo,
I want to continue with this, with you, my friend, legal advisor of the fund. How do you advise legally the committee? Through writing? Do you write to them, or you advise them verbally?
It's a combination, as and when an issue arises. So, for example, during the proceedings of a meeting, a question may arise that requires a legal opinion. I would prefer the opinion verbally. There will be incidents where we are required to avail an opinion in writing.
Great.
So it's a combination.
In your opinion, do you remember any day, any time you advised committee and they did not pay heed to your advice?
Trying to think.
Are you
There
also
were
under the
discussions.
pressure they are under?
Yes. Yes, actually,
Are you
that's
also
true.
under political pressure?
Not directly, but by association. There were concerns around the issues to do with remuneration and what needed to be proposed. And guidance would be given, you know, maybe we should follow. First of all, remuneration is determined by the minister, you know. So by association, I would say yes. The guidance was given. Thankfully, the minutes are available, the records are available, the recordings were availed. Chair, you asked for them, so you will be able to decipher for yourselves, Honorable.
Yeah, I don't know how it will come. You know, when we say pressure from the board, quickly my mind runs to the composition of this board. Then I see the face of the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development. I see the face of the permanent secretary, Ministry of Finance. I see the face of the managing director. I see the face of I saw a member of the board here. I see the face of the managing director of National Water and are those the people who are putting pressure? Why don't we narrow down to where this pressure is coming from, Chair?
Information, comrade.
Information?
Yes, Chair. The information I want to give to this committee. There was a board meeting that took place on 8th February 2022 in Frank Pani conference room in Nairobi, Serena Hotel. And Mr. Director Ochailap, through his interaction with the Chief Investment Officer, in his capacity as the Chairman of Investment and Project Managing Committee, he received a complaint from the Chief Investment Officer against one of the board members. Who was that board member? Can the Chief Investment Officer also give us more light? It might be the pressure we are speaking of. And how was it resolved?
Can we finish that first? Those who didn't eat lunch, I am sure you are in trouble. Can we proceed now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it is true. I had an incident on the 26th of January 2022 with one of the board members, Dr. Samuel Diomoki. It was bordering on things which I found unethical. The good thing is that we have an HR manual and it provides for whistleblowing. I'm also a member of professional associations which provide for guidance when you enter, when you are involved in such an incident. A special committee of the board was composed to investigate the matter. I am more than happy. Actually, I'm providing to the committee my written submission to the committee.
What was the incident? Because we don't know what you are talking about.
Okay, so essentially, there were 4 things. The first thing was that he was representing a voice of some of the members of the board and different stakeholders that there needed to be, that they needed to participate financially on some of the projects that the fund is doing. And he actually, he was advising me to talk to my boss because he needs, that is, the former managing director, that the constituency was really, really keen on participating financially on some of the projects that the fund was doing. And if that was not the case, either they would frustrate the projects or the contracts of the former managing director and myself and one of my colleagues would not be renewed.
What do you mean participate financially? Get a cut, how did they want to participate financially and in which projects?
They wanted, essentially, I think, they wanted kickbacks, essentially.
Kickbacks.
And in fact, they were alleging that they know that these kickbacks do happen, only that we are partaking alone.
So they said you are eating alone?
Yes.
So now they want to sit on the round table?
Exactly. So that was one of the incidents. So the second incident...
Who are they? Because you have told us only Dr. Lumoki, but you are saying they.
Yeah, no, he said he was representing a voice of others, only that he had the courage to speak to me because he felt that if I can see reason in what he's saying, I can then communicate upwards. So that was the first incident. The second incident, or the second issue, was that he had a piece of land in Mbale, and he knew that we were planning to do a project in Mbale, and he wanted us to buy that piece of land, his particular piece of land. So the third incident, or the third issue, was that, yeah, I'm trying to remember. The third issue was that he had a friend who works with a certain, government institution, and they had a piece of land in Mbuya, and that he knows that we had done a project in Mbuya, and we had done 40 apartments there. So he was like, maybe we could also take interest in that piece of land, and then we buy it with the view of doing a project there. So the final issue was that the constituency which he represents,
which one?
Which is Koftu, they wanted or had plans to do their own headquarters. So he wanted my support to enable them, or to basically convince my colleagues at the fund to enable them get their headquarters built by the fund. I found that one very unbecoming, and after the incident or the interaction, I called the head of HR, who is here, he can attest to it. He then guided me and as to how I could, in accordance with the HR manual, bring the matter to the powers above us, and it went all the way to Director Child-Up, and that is how it found its way to the board. But I'm more than happy to submit.
The person who asked the question maybe can be the first to respond, then Honorable Massa.
Yeah, I thank the Chief Investment Officer. I think has given us the information he wanted in a detailed way. Thank you very much.
Honorable Massa.
Thank you. I have picked something in your submission talking about you being held ransom for recommendation for reappointment. So the recommendations for the MD and the Deputy MD's reappointment were also part of this negotiation. Can you please clarify on that?
Mr. Chair, if you allow me, let me submit my written submission, but it is yes clear that he was trying to tag my contract renewal and that of my boss, the former managing director, to his demands.
Honorable Masawa, you...
Yes, on that same issue, perhaps the Deputy MD can also comment on that. I've noticed that even of recent, about 4 members, you've given contracts to 4 members of your executive. Is it interlinked to that? Because in a very short time, at least I've seen four new contracts that you've signed.
Give it to the clerk.
Just to add something before Mr. Ayota comes in. Now that Mr. Ayota was reappointed as acting MD, would it be right for us to assume that you succumb to pressure?
Okay, thank you. Let me answer, Honorable Masaba. Actually, I was not even privy to what had actually happened. I think it was held confidential. I didn't even know the dynamics going behind it. And at board level, I don't attend boards. I wasn't sure about the dynamics of that at all. In terms of the recent appointments that you're talking about, they're not linked. We go through a process where when a contract expires, there's a recommendation whether or not that individual should continue the fund, and we basically go continue. There is no link to whatever it is that happens.
Maybe what the honorable member wanted to know, how come everyone around you, even there, is claiming to have witnessed a tsunami of political pressure except you?
Well, I don't know how to answer that. Maybe I'm just... You
are lucky?
I mean, no, really. I mean, some of the things that Richard shared, I actually take it with what Agnes talked about. The breakdown, that's a little bit of my first time to see that breakdown. So there are a lot of things that we're not privy to because they're happening at board level, they're happening around us, which is the...
Honorable Kakembo, proceed with your questions.
Oh, I want to thank my colleagues for the supplementary questions. But I had a question to you, Mr. Ayota, you had not answered. What happens to the money that, for corporate social responsibility that is not spent at the end of the year?
At the fund, we have what's called zero budgeting. If you don't spend it, you don't basically, we budget every year afresh. So whatever is not spent during that year is not spent, yes.
Additionally,
how do you know the money was not spent when even the one that is spent is not accounted for?
No, because there is a request that comes. The way it happens, you just don't wire the money. There has to be a trigger that comes to trigger the spend of that money. That's why Barbara talked about the accounting officer. Then that request comes to our accounting officer. The accounting officer normally will ask for advice from marketing. Is it something we need to do? Once that's done, then it goes through finance, and then the money will leave.
No, so the question has 2 ways.
Yes.
There is money on your budget.
Right.
For corporate social responsibility.
Correct.
That is not released.
Correct.
Okay? But if it is released and it is not spent, because there is no accountability. So how do you know?
No, if the other entity did not spend.
The entity, the staff, because it is under MD, Deputy MD, it is released. The MD has requisitioned for it.
No, if it is released, it leaves. It can't, because the release requires a destination. You can't release and hold the money.
But there is no accountability, so you will not know whether it was actually spent or not.
No, it's the other entity that you may not know that they spent. But within the fund, you can't release money and it stays in the fund.
No, I think there's a little bit of confusion between NSSF and government. Government has a system where once you release a budget, it's available to spend and is actually accounted for. In NSSF, a budget is just a budget. You do not spend on a budget. Sorry, when you do not spend on a budget, the budget actually remains. So every month, we actually have a report which says this was the budget, but this is how much was spent. In fact, in most cases, you will see that we do not actually spend the budget.
Chair, this is something you're not telling us. Because this is an allocation.
Maybe for the record, you call him his name.
Richard Divyarugaba.
Yes,
I'm
not,
sorry.
not Charles.
Mr. Richard Divyarugaba, I am scared. This is a fact-finding mission. We need to find the facts. There's something you're not telling us. This is a budget allocation, and some of you know the money is there and you have allocated. If somebody applies for it, puts in a requisition, that money must be given to them
No.
because it's on the vote.
No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. It absolutely doesn't work like that. I know exactly what you're saying. That's how government works. NSSF does not work like that. Just because there is a budget, you cannot spend it until you've actually justified it.
Right. Another question. This is a simple one. A yes or no. Will I be right to say that NSSF, board and the management, they have killed the true meaning of the word corporate social responsibility? It has lost meaning in NSSF.
No, you're absolutely wrong. You're wrong.
You talked of the social corporate investment, social something donation, then it loses the meaning of social corporate responsibility.
No. In fact, Mr. Chairman, I would like an analysis. I don't know if you've, Stevens, you've done an analysis. Could you please do an analysis, a breakdown on every single donation we've made this
Mr.
year?
Vyarugaba, are you giving instructions as the MD? Under what capacity are you giving instructions to this staff?
Mr. Chairman, my sincere apologies. Patrick, can you make the instructions?
No. We don't need the instructions, Mr. Ayeta. Something small.
Let me give my colleague information what actually he means by losing meaning, corporate responsibility. Let me give an example. I come from Bondevujo. We had terrible floods in 2019. I made appeals as a member of parliament to different companies, including NSSF, but you didn't respond. MTN came and brought relief items, but they did not give them to me. They drove down to Bondevujo where people were in IDP camps and participated in the distribution of the items with their banners, with their pull-ups and everything, and the media covering. MTN is doing corporate social responsibility. That's what we mean by corporate social responsibility. But where you release money to COFTU, and you are not there where they are doing the activities, you are not seen, even your banner is not there, does that still remain corporate social responsibility? That's what a colleague is asking.
I think there's a donation.
No, actually, Mr. Chair and members, let's honestly be serious. I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, as at the 1st of December 2022, when I was still managing director, I know that we made donations for causes that were dear, and we also got accountability. Now, i.e., we received a receipt for the amount of money we've paid. The only difference is with this recent experience we've had with COFTU of 100 million. That is the only incidence I remember where you can say what you've said. But even with that donation or corporate social responsibility, we did ask for an accountability. And before I left, that accountability was still being awaited from the Secretary General of the COFTU Union.
Mr. Vyarugaba, we interacted with the Treasurer General of COFTU. You have not sent only 100 million to COFTU. You have sent almost 400 now, total. 470 to COFTU. They have never accounted for a single coin. So you don't need to insult our intelligence and take us through a ride and tell us they have been accounting when they have not. You tell us the truth and nothing but the truth.
And I think the best person to do that is Barbara. If Barbara can just confirm if we've ever received any accountability, because they've been dealing with it. Because what I have on record is
I
that...
thought you gave the opportunity to Barbara.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We have not received accountability for funds that have been donated to the unions. However, in terms of participation in those activities, for instance, pertaining to the 100 million that was given to both COF2 and NOTU, they have invited the fund for a total of 4 events so far to participate in those events.
Barbara.
But in terms of accountability, no.
Barbara.
Yes, Chair.
Do you know the implication of what you are saying? Do you know that that money was withdrawn on that account in just one day and that money disappeared? Are you now owning the accountability of that money?
I am just saying what I witnessed. I'm not taking ownership from the union side.
What did you
I
witness?
witnessed, COF2 invited us for 3 events. The first one, they had invited market vendors. I attended that event. We even did a dipstick survey to understand the needs of that segment. The second group, I think, was transport. I did not attend, but my colleagues did. And the third one, there was also another event that other colleagues also attended. And then NOTU invited us for one event in Jinja. That was actually the last quarter of 2022. However, in terms of accountability, we've not yet received accountability.
You have never. Don't say you have not yet.
We haven't.
Honorable Kakembo, kindly summarize.
Let me summarize the question, Mr. Ayota. We have talked about too much about COF2 and NATO. These are independent entities, and they're self-reliant. You agree with me? They deduct every month from their members money to keep them moving and do their work. How on earth will you use the savers' money to facilitate the works of NATO and the COF2? Under which legal framework were you basing your, facilitating the activities of bodies that are facilitated by their members? Every month, their members contribute to the fund, to COF2 and NATO. That money is used to manage and to facilitate them in their day-to-day activities of their entities. Mm-hmm. Then why were you giving them more money? Was it in the form of a bribe to keep them silent and keep their nose off the affairs of NSSF? Am I wrong if I say like that?
Yeah, actually, I can share something with you. When the CSR policy was crafted, it kind of gave criteria under which the donations can be made. One of them is if there is an alignment where what the fund wants to do mandate, by joining with another entity, you can actually carry that out. Or alternatively, where that donation will build the reputation of the fund. Happens a lot. In terms, that's why you get to say involved with even a Rotary Club. That gives you a basis, that is within the policy that we have. And you don't do it because they are being funded by somebody else or they have their own money. You do it because from your own corporate interest, it serves the corporate interest to do that. I mean, to be fair to the unions, I'm going to tell something that happened, which I think they're very instrumental in helping the fund. We have a differing opinion about that. But the fight against the LEAP bill, if you look at from 2012 up to 2018, when it was finally withdrawn from Parliament, and the sensitization of the members regarding amendments, that a lot of that effort was spearheaded by the unions. So there is where there's an alignment between the corporate interest and an entity's interest. And it's perfectly okay because that's exactly what you do for that purpose.
Mr. Yuta, in NSSF, that's the first time I hear corporate social responsibility money, you know, given breakdown by different departments. Under normal circumstances, corporate social responsibility is managed at the center. You either bring in your requisition, it is discussed at top management level, and they agree, and then the NSSF comes to do that. But in NSSF, you even have a breakdown for each department to go and use their money for social. Is that regular?
It is still managed centrally, but what you participate in will come from different areas. For example, if you have a branch in Igulu, and that branch is going to be a corporate citizen in Igulu, it may have a different activity compared to a branch in Kavali. So what you find is managed centrally, but then the activity is implemented based on the local need of whatever you want to do in that case. That's quite normal.
Well, as I conclude,
Just one.
Can he conclude, then Honorable Laura comes in?
yeah, I want to conclude on this NSSF money to COF2 and UNATO in particular, because this is public money. Colleagues have talked about accountability.
Right.
And I'm sure you are aware that this public money must be accounted for.
Yes.
What makes you be a very good servant to them, not to demand for any accountability from all the public money you advance to them?
No. I think my colleague Agnes mentioned, I think there are learnings we've got here. We actually...
They are just learning?
No, learning is something to implement, because first of all, I think the important thing is the request for the money doesn't come in a vacuum. It will actually come with a purpose that's supposed to accomplish. Now, you're right, we may not be able to following up, which we need to start in terms of now following what has to accomplish that purpose.
Well, Mr. Ayota, I am addressing the best talents. You remember what you said?
Yes.
These are the best talents that are worth to be paid, how much you are being paid.
Correct.
You said it.
Yes.
So I wouldn't expect you to be learning from these small desks. The best talent of NSSF, not knowing what to do, under your capacity.
Sir,
you don't know the illegalities of, you know,
we'll always learn,
under
sir.
corporate governance.
Yes.
Eh?
Sir, we'll always learn. We'll always learn.
We always learn.
We will always learn, yes.
I will arrest it from there, Honorable Chair. I beg to
Thank you,
submit.
Chair. I just have a very short, small question for